Good morning, good morning, good morning, Law Nerds. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being you. It's Monday. It's day 22 of this trial, week 7. It's June 10th, 2024. We are watching the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. And for the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed this morning, we are starting with a motion hearing. The Commonwealth filed a motion to exclude some defense witnesses. At the end or beginning of the day on Thursday, the court said that they would take it up today. So we are going to go into court for that hearing and then zoom to get back into testimony with Sergeant Bukhenik. They have been in the beginning, I think, of cross-examination. We have so much to do today. So we are going to roll the intro. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. Replay crew, love you. For those of you that have already seen these hearings while I was fighting with my computer and my light, thank you for no spoilers in the chat. Don't accidentally get yourself yeeted. We appreciate it. Look, we're all going to watch it together because what fuckery will today bring? We don't know, but we're going to find out together. So thank you for letting us find out together, even if you've already watched it. So let's roll the intro. Let's get going. Let's see how mad YouTube gets that I'm dropping F-bombs in the first 30 seconds of a video. It's going to be fine. It's trial. It's going to be fine. Law Nerds, let's roll. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I've got greens. I've got water. It's going to be a day. Let's go.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
All right back to court in Massachusetts as the judge has taken the bench for those hearings. Hopefully we'll be able to hear it just fine. That seems pretty gained up. I'm going to gain it just a little bit more and we'll get into it. Law Nerds, good to see you this delightful Monday.
22-117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel and Your Honor, just for your information, at this very second, FTR is not running. Ms. King is the official anyways, and she is on the record.
Okay.
The FTR being the court reporting backup.
Good morning. So we're here on the Commonwealth's renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please?
I guess it is really hard to hear in there.
The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Hey, Ms. McLaughlin's arguing the motion. Let's go.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was
We've
not
heard Rule
until
14
the day
before.
prior
We've
to
done
trial
this
on April 15, 2024,
from
that
the
defendant
defense.
provided notice of all their experts. During
The defense has argued this.
The Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth
needs
is
to be turned
entitled
over.
to.
Right.
We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has
Wait, I
not
had
received
7. Am
any
I wrong?
intended expert opinions.
I'm going to have to go double check.
Anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions
It's
on.
a heavy sigh.
Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be.
We are in week 8.
Gosh. And looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law,
that's on me.
The
we are
Commonwealth
in
was
week 8.
extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. it is intended
Those are
to
strong
ambush
words.
the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise.
Those are
We are
strong
still
words.
receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is
Delayed
really the
disclosure
only
is an issue.
remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth
believe we're in
cannot
week
seek a
8.
continuance. The Commonwealth
Yeah, they
is sort
can't.
of has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad
And they
faith,
do need
there's
to
no
know
less
that.
severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we're essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
Okay.
There's no one at the council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you.
I mean, Yannetti, you're here to hear the motion. I'm going to turn this up a little because I don't know why all of a sudden I can't hear him, but like that's literally the point. Go
I'd
on.
like to start with the most outrageous and false
Oh, he's pissed.
assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here.
Oh my God. She's already cutting him off. There's no jury here. Oh, Lord.
Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10
Oh,
minutes.
Lord.
Okay.
Oh,
Because
no.
I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way.
They're like 3 minutes in, and the judge is already to this level of hyperbole is not helpful. Oh, boy.
That I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince,
Understand.
correct?
I understand that.
Oh, she thinks he's answering the internet. She thinks he's answering the public and not answering the court. She said, I'm the person you need to convince. She wants to make sure that he is not, because it is televised, making a show for anyone other than her. Oh, boy. Okay.
The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
Oh, boy.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude
And
defendant's
he's saying it's on
expert,
page 3.
Dr. Marie Russell.
Also, my notes have us on week 7, chat. So I'm going with that because that's what I have. Week
I don't
1,
see your name at all, Ms. Tierney.
April 29th. Week 2, May 5th. Week 3, May 5th, May 13th.
I'm on page 3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4.
Week 4, May
My apologies.
20th.
My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly
Week
what I
5,
just
week
argued
6
to the
last
court.
week, week 7 this week. Oh,
It's about
she's so mad. She's like, I don't have that in my motion. He's like, it's right there on page 4. Oh, he's pissed.
I'm on
She's
page
pissed.
3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4.
The judge is
My
so
apologies.
annoyed.
My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. Starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly
Okay.
as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing.
Yeah,
Here's
they
what
did have
was-
1 week of
here's-
jury selection.
here
I'm not
is
counting
what
that. I'm
was
counting week
actually
7 of
said.
evidence.
This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing
That
in there
seems clear.
contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public
With the
that the
canine?
defense was not pursuing.
The canine's representing things to court? I'm teasing. He means the Commonwealth, but the Commonwealth and the canine both start with a C.
Such a claim.
So here we are.
Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a
He went straight to, Your Honor, the audacity, and she went straight to, could you just make the legal arguments, Mr. Yannetti? She is clearly tired of the argument and the hyperbole, but everybody's mad this morning. It's real early.
jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my
Well,
integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith.
doesn't matter that they're coming in 15
and I need
minutes.
to defend myself and my client.
He needs to defend his
discussing
client.
at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied no.
I agree
They've
with
spun
their
that, or tried to
interpretation
spin that
of the
into a
as they
claim that we're
prevented
somehow
it.
waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame?
Oh boy.
I'm sure it's not lost on this court
The
that
audacity.
this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false
She's not going to like
video,
that.
before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Bukhenik did they inquire or mention the fact that the video
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal
Right.
discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr.
It's
Yannetti.
not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not
Oh my
speech.
God.
Okay,
It's
so
defense of being alleged to have committed
Acted in bad faith.
So
right.
you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14, and let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed. You're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All
Oh,
right.
the judge is so mad.
You've got a new
He's so
medical,
mad.
Dr. Russell. We'll do
She's so mad.
that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time.
That's
And
what the disclosure
court,
requires.
I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire. And
Oh,
I'm trying
shit.
to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that you, when did you provide,
A whole
did you
day
provide
of voir
anything
dire.
recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion? Mr.
You guys want to know why the judge is spicy? That's why the judge is so spicy. A, the judge is like, stop making your arguments for the public. And B, a whole day of voir dire is going to eat into the time she told the jury they were going to get the case. That's the heart of the grumpiness, is that if this was done in advance, that they wouldn't need an entire day of voir dire. Wow.
Giannetti.
Not on Mr. Vanny, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Vanny?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data.
That's not going to be
obtained in connection with
sufficient.
this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR,
That's
including
not
key
sufficient.
cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are,
you
anything
can't do that.
beyond that relatively
They
vague
have to disclose what the
synopsis that
opinion
does not
is, not
comply
just
with
that
Rule
they
14.
have an opinion.
Similarly,
Ooh.
what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense
Yeah,
is
that's
contained
not gonna
within
be
the
enough.
Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon.
It's so
and
hard
Exactly what.
when she's snapping at the defense. I suggest you listen. It's hard to know if the attorneys were talking to their client or not in that moment. Whew. She is pissed. Pissed.
his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
They have to disclose
All right.
that. They know they have to disclose that.
Regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have
She
you
doesn't think it's an
provided?
adequate disclosure either.
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal
These
government.
are from
and
the federal
they
case.
provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined
boy.
that, and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here when
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only.
If you told them, Your Honor, that they can't prep with the witnesses, then yeah, they're going to go based on the reports. So are you to believe that they followed the court order? Yeah. Yeah, it is.
For the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them.
I mean,
regarding
if
their
that's what she
findings, which are
said,
outlined
she's
in
causing part of the
detail in
problem.
reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
And you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
we can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get
That's on her,
everybody
though.
here for voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their
Okay,
testimony.
that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Oh,
correct?
Your Honor,
She's a
you caused that
pathologist,
problem
but she has
yourself.
a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday. And we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day.
Oh, there's going to be a full day of
How
voir
long
dire.
do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the
If in
nature
fact
of their opinion, you must want it too.
she doesn't believe them, she doesn't believe that they have followed her orders in this. That's wild.
To be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of
That's
these
gonna take a
witnesses to
minute.
take? I went and told the jury last week, excuse me,
I'm sorry. I was just,
last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
That's why she's so pissed.
Yes.
She is not happy about this schedule. She is not happy about the defense's arguments. She is not happy at all. Oh boy. I'm going to zoom past this as counsel and co-counsel talk to each other as they're trying to figure out what day to do this voir dire.
at least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire.
Unless the
he
prosecution
anticipates
slows it
being
down, Your
able
Honor.
to, accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, the only 2 from ARCO, that's right.
You're only calling 2? Which 2? Are you calling the 2 that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Rinchler and Wolf. Yes.
Wait, where'd the audio go? Sorry, that was me, not the judge. I know it's hard to tell the difference with somebody sighing heavily into the mic early on a Monday morning, but it seems that the audio has completely cut, which is going to come from the core feed. So Cindy Lou Who in the chat said she just seems so annoyed at her job, all perpetually annoyed at her job. And I think the style of the defense quite rubs her the wrong way. The basis of the expert opinion for the first expert they talked about should have been turned over by the defense to the prosecution. That should have been done. But as to the witnesses that were part of the federal investigation, if the judge said you can't prep with them, then I don't know what she expects them to do. So that's on her, not the defense. And she's mad at the defense for her own ruling, which is ridiculous. And then on the last witness, you've got a voir dire, which will solve the problem. It's just going to take up more court time. But we're 22 days in, and the Commonwealth has asked the same questions 100 million times. So if you're mad that you're running down the clock here, Your Honor, some of that is on the prosecution. So for those of you that keep asking in the chat, didn't both sides ask for a continuance? Yeah, they did. Didn't she deny the continuance requested by both parties? Yeah, she did. I hate that the audio cut out. I really want to know what she is ruling. I want to know what day she's doing the voir dire, and we're going to have to wait for reporting from inside the courtroom, which is when you look at why it's better to cover it in the courtroom. These are the moments when it is very hard. So clearly we're not getting sound back. Ooh, boy. All right. Well, chat, welcome to day 22 of trial, week 7 of evidence. It's already spicy with these attorneys and the judge, and we're going to return to cross-examination of Sergeant Bukhenik. So let's see if we can zoom to court in time for the hearings. We cut out about at least 15 minutes of court time to get us. Emily, in trying to save time, you zoomed past the hearings. How dare I? Let's get to the hearings, shall we? You guys, now it's time to bring the jury. Ooh, I want to know what that ruling is. I'm going to go look for it. It's just time.
Bring the jury.
Don't you miss the other judges we've had? I perpetually feel like I'm being yelled at all the time. Just yelled at all the time. I don't like feeling like I'm being yelled at, but I feel like I'm being yelled at.
All persons have any business before the Honorable
I love that, though.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Unified County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen.
Hear ye.
Good morning, attorneys.
You know what? Maybe the judge is mad because she knows she
Call
can't
back
watch
here at 8:30
WWDC this morning.
As
It's a
result
dub.
of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through.
Oh,
but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be.
The jury's going to get 2 days off this week. So, chat, do we know the schedule of this week? No, we're off on Tuesday, tomorrow. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. We're off on Tuesday, but the jury's going to have another day off. It could be Wednesday, it could be Thursday. So we're going to have another day where we're just in court. We're in court together hearing arguments. The jury will have another day off.
We'll know by the end of the date.
They need to call all their
Also,
witnesses.
On the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st. But again, you know that we don't want to take.
You said you'd be off. You need to be off. If you're giving the jury time off, you have to, ma'am.
Up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon.
They might have already made plans.
So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from
Ma'am.
discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday?
Yes.
I am really glad it's a half day. You know why? You know why I'm really glad the 21st is a half day? That's my Dave Matthews Day. Your Honor, we do not fuck with Dave Matthews Day. It is Dave Matthews Day on the 21st. I have plans. So at least it's a half day. I'm going to be coming to you from a hotel room after a late flight, but it's fine. I was really expecting the day to be off. But then again, I didn't trust this judge, so I changed my flights anyway. And looky here, we have a half day on the 21st. This poor jury must feel so yo-yoed.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from
It's
doing
Dave
any
Day.
independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
And for the chat saying the judge looks like Vicky
Anyone
Gumbelson,
happen to
yes.
See, hear, read anything about this case since we left Aaron?
I know, chat, not Dave Matthews Day.
Shook their heads.
Not Dave Matthews Day.
Can we get Sergeant Bukhenik, please?
You should have had Sergeant Bukhenik walking while they were talking.
Did I give you?
I still have the lid on my drink. Ugh. And I almost went to shake it with the lid unscrewed. I was going to have a Smurf incident. That is a deep cut from a members only live stream. I'm not taking Dave Day off. I will be. I'll be at Alpine. I'm not taking Dave Day off. We only have a half day, so it's going to be fine. Welcome back to cross-examination, Sergeant B. I hope you got some rest over the weekend. This is going to be a long day. A long day.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were
witness
discussing
55.
the Sally Court video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced
I
that
do.
video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any of the individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer. to point
Speaking
out
of
a couple
pause,
individuals.
I can't imagine how nice it must be for the defense. I don't think the prosecution's doing this, but for the defense to be able to go back and watch back the testimony. Like they can just watch back the testimony. There are very few cases where that's an option, and it's got to be a godsend for them.
You recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping.
He
at the
did say
front of
that.
the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an
these two,
individual
maybe not
slipping in the
long.
front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay.
He wanted to make sure that everyone knew it was not him slipping. He's like, don't catch me slipping. Sir, you already failed to point out that the video was flipped. So
I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although.
Okay, fun fact, M22. Dave Matthews has very rarely covered Sweet Caroline. Foxborough, I believe, was one of them. If not, I believe Foxborough was one of them, and Las Vegas was one of them. So that's exciting. All right.
Pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment.
Steel City, I think the defense did.
This.
Steel City said if a judge ordered that the Fed witnesses could not be prepped, she caused the situation. The defense should have politely called her on this. I think they directly called her on this, saying, we followed your order, Your Honor. We can't. And she was saying, you can't, but you haven't provided discovery. And they're like, per your order. So I think they did. Yoli asked, can the jury go back and see testimony? No, they can't. The jury does not get instant replay. At the end of trial, though, they can ask for, transcript read back of certain witnesses.
For just a quick second.
So that can happen.
Mr. Bates, you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there.
That seems to be the tow driver.
Okay.
And it
Sergeant,
seems to be the tow
this is
driver
the basic
taking a photo of the
video,
front license plate.
Point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but
I'm just gonna. Albert asked in the super chat, both doorways look like one is daylight and the other is dead of night. The daylight, to me, seems to be where the tow truck is pointing, like where the lights of the tow truck is pointing, but there might be a light out there. But yes, it is getting dark. And the snow is basically falling into the Sallyport. Yeah, it's coming. It's definitely coming in that way. And later in this video, we see the wind coming in that way. DK, we are doing a members only live tomorrow. So there's no court tomorrow, but we're doing a members only live and a members only podcast recording. We have lots to do tomorrow. They don't have court tomorrow. We're still going to be here working.
I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front, screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
Show me where Proctor is.
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle. But when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Rear driver's side.
On Wednesday,
now that we
I
know.
just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday. You used
With
the laser
Lally.
pointer and pointed at two different individuals. Person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat.
Did he
and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter
He's not
style
supposed to. I'm just curious.
knit black hat.
I'm not
Is
saying
it
that
true
he
that
is.
on Wednesday, what the question you were
remembers
asked
quite
from Mr.
precisely.
Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment, as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, and the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper
He's also either going through his notes or the daily transcript at the moment.
Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
You pointed
All right,
yourselves out
so
on
you have
direct.
to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly that the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor?
Exactly.
No. Why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
Does that appear to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car?
That's what he
From
said.
where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony
No, he's not.
from Wednesday.
No.
Objection.
Are you
He's not.
changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You then asked,
He's not changing his testimony. He's parsing it as finely as anyone could parse anything. And he is parsing it so finely. He's saying at this freeze frame, you didn't freeze at the same pace the prosecution froze it, so I can't help you. It's evasive, but it's not a change. But he does quite a lot of hair splitting, doesn't he?
Asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it.
I'm not going to be able to not pause his testimony. True and accurate to the location. So none of the rest of it is it's too early, Emily. It's too early this Monday to be this mad.
I indicated the video is true and accurate
The
to the location.
parsing.
You were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
That's what he said.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the,
it seems
the
that
viewer,
way.
right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Yes, this last
Can you
week.
rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors,
Yes.
facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
Yes.
As it is frozen, correct.
As it is
And on
frozen.
Wednesday, I want to move through
Does it flip back when it's unfrozen? No.
this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Correct.
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday,
I'm waiting for him to be like,
Mr. Lally finished
nobody asked me. I'm waiting for him to be like, nobody asked.
his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
Oh, yeah, he does.
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time,
There's
for the
so much
first
left to
time,
his
you said
testimony in this
it
flipped
appears
video.
that it is a
We are
mirror
never
image.
moving on
It's
from.
an inverted video, correct?
Yes, he did.
I advised
Swiftly.
you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Why? 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 And did you talk to Mr. Lally about that testimony?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sallyport that
Oh,
night?
you're going to fight over of
I would not agree with you,
mirrors,
no.
true and
You
accurate.
believe that what the jurors are
Again.
seeing right here is a true and accurate surveillance footage of the Sallyport that night,
Yes, it's just mirrored.
which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Which can leave an
Correct.
inaccurate
If,
impression.
If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of fact, everything in this video,
It's
every
backwards.
bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So
It's
it's not
flipped.
accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Sergeant Bukhenik, if I were to ask
They're gonna fight over the definition of the word accurate because they're gonna fight over the definition of the word accurate. So
you, let me give you a hypothetical.
no.
Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm.
Right.
And then you go show that witness or those series of witnesses an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
He's never
It's
going
an
to
accurate
agree.
depiction of the events taking place.
This is for argument at this point, Alan.
You've
point's
reviewed
been
this
made.
video in its entirety, you testified,
The
correct?
point's been made.
Yes.
It's
About
for
how
argument.
long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with the court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video?
So
And pause it.
with the inverted
Can you
video,
see that this is
again,
not-
Jackson will have the chance to argue all of this. This is all for argument. He went over it quite a lot on Thursday. He's gone over it quite a lot today. Again, it's for argument. The impression's already been made to the jury. The jury already knows that the Commonwealth and this sergeant didn't address it at all. So the impression that's being left is that that was the passenger side of the car. And he will get to argue to the jury that the impression that is left is not correct, and no one corrected it. And that's the real problem. Because when you see people standing around one taillight versus standing around another taillight, if you don't know what side of the car it is, how do you have context for it? So I'm sure the jury's already frustrated, but it's already been pointed out. I don't think he needs to go on about it much
On
more.
exam.
There's so
Can
much
you
more
see
that
the
needs to happen.
timestamp, on the lower
The
left-hand
timestamps
side?
are not inverted.
No, I cannot.
Your Honor,
The timestamps are not inverted, which indicates to me that when this video was processed, this is the way it was processed. Either it was processed that way because that's always how it's processed out, because it's a setting on the camera, because the camera's that way. But no, the timestamps are not inverted. So the video was processed out this way
with the court's permission, I could do this.
from the
to see
security
inside
cameras. I don't know why they're going to sidebar, but they are. Guess what? We get to zoom through sidebar. I should have just talked over the sidebar and not paused. But you know, when you don't know what's coming, you don't know what's coming. So you can't. So I am surprised that the Commonwealth did not address that the video was inverted. All right, we're gonna zoom quite a bit. Hold on. Let's see if we can scrub it through. This is a quite long sidebar, actually. And we are,
It's just certain facts. So
and the judge is reading an instruction, a curative instruction. Let's see if it is. Very curious what instruction the judge is going to
You are unmuted.
read.
jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging
Oh, thank God.
either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So
Finally.
what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right.
Thank God.
Your questions, Mr. Jackson?
That's a helpful stipulation. Now we're gonna get some help. Finally.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukhenik, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video
That was just
stops
stipulated
at
too.
5:48 and 15 seconds. Would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so
In real time, yes.
in real time? The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about
That minutes are
two-thirds
missing.
of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was
Right.
never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was.
Oh, he is fucking defensive. This is the problem when the witnesses either know too much or are trying to answer the chat. He's answering questions that aren't being asked. Listen to Alan, answer the questions, because the rest of it makes you seem defensive.
6 minutes.
To me.
You'd agree with that.
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been and wasn't recorded, do you?
He
Judge.
does. I think he does.
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you
This is
acknowledge
what we have.
you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right.
Chat, we're going to get back into...
Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the
This was testimony weeks ago from Canton PD that this video is motion activated, so it will not record if there is not motion. That was the testimony from Canton. I imagine we're going to get back into it, but that was testimony weeks ago. It's relating to this video. But the
that
semantics of this
in
witness
which
don't help.
individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere.
They time travel, Alan.
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When
Right, there's gaps.
the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video. But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Yeah, that's correct.
You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed? Or how it
Unless he
operates,
had
correct?
conversations with those witnesses.
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restrictions of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
Well, how much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
He should have interviewed
What was the
Canton.
level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
It's like,
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But
No.
you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to...
He's going to fight over the word missing. Because he's like, it's not missing implies, he's saying missing at work. He's acting as if missing implies something nefarious. For those of you asking about the video being produced, that's the proper term to use when discovery is requested, is that it is then produced. That is the
With the court's permission, can we
proper
play
term to use whenever somebody
less than a minute?
turns something
Yes.
over per a request. So I wouldn't read more into produced other than it is the proper terminology for it being turned over.
Pause it. Did you see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
I agree,
It
Chad.
appeared they went
He's
behind
reading
the
more
vehicle.
into missing, not
Would you
Alan.
read which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. It appeared that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear.
He
of
went
the
over
vehicle.
this on Thursday too.
Just now.
Due to the triggering of the
I
motion,
asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
that's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as
The
Trooper
third
Proctor
person.
appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
I didn't see that at all.
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side
No,
as that person leaves the screen?
not a chance.
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
You want to maybe approach briefly?
Sure.
Candy's Life in the chat asks, does the video being inverted make it manufactured evidence? No, it doesn't make it manufactured evidence. The issue for me with the video being inverted is not that it's inverted, because sometimes things get exported all kinds of weird ways on security cameras. The difficult thing is that we'd not be doing this if the Commonwealth had simply addressed it head on at the beginning. We are here because the Commonwealth left a incorrect impression, or could have left an incorrect impression for the jury by not addressing.
So, Sergeant, we're going to ask.
By not addressing it. One of the key issues in this case is her damaged taillight on the passenger side of her car. So if the jury thinks they're looking at a video of the passenger side of her car and they're actually not, that is a problem. None of this questioning would be happening if Lally had hit this head on and asked about it. And if he had asked about it of the Canton witnesses about how their security footage exports and what have you. But he didn't. So now we're here.
I should go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand.
He had to go look at the timestamp.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview?
With no traffic, no
Snow?
adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this
Is this
a
the same
different
one or a
flash drive
different
than
one?
we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it, or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right, so we'll mark it for identification, and then I do need to see you. Yes.
This is a different thumb
Thank
drive.
you.
Maybe approach.
Yes.
And back to sidebar. Okay. I'm going to try to zoom. That is oh, did they excuse the jury for the morning recess already? Because everybody's standing. I just want to hear her say it. So I'm not, Yeah, she said we're giving the jury a 10-minute break. Woo! Oh, boy. All right. Court took a 10-minute break. We're not going to. We're going to zoom right past only that fan and get back to this witness's testimony. I love being able to zoom more than anything in life. Here we go. We are skipping the break and going right back into testimony. If the spinny wheel blesses us. Until the spinny wheel blesses us, I'm going to answer a few of your questions because we're going. BC said there are 1.4 thousand law nerds here. Consider giving the stream a like. And if you haven't subscribed yet, why? Or if you aren't subscribed yet, why? Or if you don't have the Law Nerd app yet, why? Good to see you, Law Nerds. Yes, Allison, the member-only chats are so good. All right. Congratulations on 16 months, Samantha. Why are we getting spinny wheeled? Hold on. Let me try to fix that real quick because I'm ready to see the rest of this.
Correct.
Questioning, aren't you? All right. The stream is salty at me. Let's do this one more time. All right, chat. I'm gonna just refresh this real quick and get us back to right after that break with the court because this Sally Port video is not going anywhere anytime soon. We are going to be doing this for a minute. So let's get past the break. All right. And the jury's coming back in. And I have audio. And we're good. Oh, no, not the spinning wheel again. The stream is so cranky. All right. We're just going to have to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. It's not. Oh, of course it's fine with the fan. Fickle stream. The stream is like, why didn't you just go to the fan? Just go to the fan. Sasquatch Israel said here for the zooming. Yeah, me too. Definitely here for the zooming. Lion at Heart said 5th day post hysterectomy. I feel lousy, but glad to be in the chat. We're glad you're in the chat.
Does counsel need to see me or are we all set?
Hopefully the spice doesn't make you laugh too hard. Recover well.
Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
I know, y'all. I'm
XX.
sad I'm missing WWDC as well. I get
Was it YY?
But it's not on
It's
till.
back
you know.
again.
I did the
Okay.
same thing.
All right. So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay.
I imagine they flipped it. So
Move that to,
yeah, I imagine they flipped it.
1 minute and 17 seconds, so thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as?
So they flipped the video, which means that the timestamps are probably going to be flipped. This is the defense's flipping back of the video.
As Exhibit 542.
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton
The
PD.
inversion
Sally.
of the inversion.
And that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And it's everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please.
Honestly, it just makes so much more sense to my brain. I love that the sergeant's just calling. He's like, it's the inverted of the inverted. It's so annoying. The timestamp is buried by the controls.
Moving toward the right. I'm sorry. yes, the passenger side taillight area. in
He's
this
just so
video, correct?
evasive. It's really
I
annoying.
observed the person walking that way.
Let's go and play it.
Yeah, all of you are like, my brain is so much happier with this video this way.
And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now,
Oh,
correct?
Dr. B is trying to call me, you guys. I'm going to
I
mute
did,
myself.
And that person had the that black.
You know what he needs to talk to me about, Chad, at this point.
That's correct.
I'd
Coffee.
like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the Sally port. Pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
No, his eyes aren't
They are
good
not
enough.
good enough.
It's what you get when you ask a compound question.
With the court's permission,
My eyes aren't good enough either.
would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that time?
Oh my God. This is
Yes, Your Honor.
like, the point has been made. I'm interested to see what additional point they are trying to make, because it's a lot. So yeah, the blue is hard to see. The video's blurry. It's just all of it's a mess. It's just a mess. All of it. Mess all the way around.
May I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
Because I was inverted.
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Yeah, why is there an outline of a car in the snow? We've all been wondering.
Your attention to an area
It's a
of the
great
video
question. So glad you asked.
right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
We've all been staring at it for days.
I do.
Do you see that white object just above the snow line?
Emily, don't start singing white lines. Don't start singing white lines.
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
I need to watch
Tell me
Shaun of the
that's
Dead
a-
again.
A dirty white rag.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot tell what it is.
That does look like the white rag.
Thank you, Mr. Rich. We can take that down.
Ding 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 ding.
We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
None of these are perfect
The other
quality.
view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video.
For those of you asking, is
actually
that
would show
the
right rear
rag
portion
that's
of
in
the SUV?
Hold
as
on,
it's
Alan.
parked in that
the chat has questions? The rag that's in the videos with the cups, the solo cups, that is what he's pointing out. That is what he's pointing out. Because then it's going to be tied into those other photos and what side they're on. So yes, I think that's what he's getting to.
Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Would you display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me as it...
Yeah,
as
all of
the
these cameras are
video is
potatoes.
paused right here at the beginning, timestamp. Can you see the outline of the...
This is a video. This is a video. That is not your screen. This is not on you. This is like a scene at the end of Game of Thrones where if you don't adjust your TV well, you can't figure out what's happening. This is the video.
police car?
I can make that out, yes.
It appears that there's no
Okay.
vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation.
That's a different camera.
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Nope. Oh, now I can.
Correct.
We could play.
Now I can see the outline of the police cruiser up at the top of the video. That's the outline up at the very top of the
Screen briefly.
classic cruiser.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at
Yeah, sure. Good luck.
5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day.
I can actually see these timestamps moderately.
Okay.
5:07:10. Is that the video? Is that it? It's a schooner, not a sailboat. Do you guys remember those dot paintings in the 90s? That's what this looks like to me. If you squint hard enough.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the videos that just ran from 5:07?
Yes, Chad, it might be an ultrasound. This is how
I
cars
did
are
watch
made.
the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe.
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
It appears that
I
the
can try to make
SUV
court
has now
louder.
pulled into the Sally Port, and there's an individual standing behind
Oh, there we
the
go.
SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is?
I got you, Chad.
On that.
Thank you, Miguelina.
Timer.
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50?
Somebody tell me why
46
this case
I
is a
cannot.
trial. Oh my God. These videos are
This is
killing
the last
me.
time I would ask that
Oh my
Unfortunately, I
God.
cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
5:50:46, I think.
$5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark, correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay.
Well,
Miss
Alan,
Reed's
that's what happens when you ask people to
it
math.
shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight,
Now
that
I'm
is
loud.
missing.
Hold on.
Objection.
Sustained.
the exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Some of that's argument.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that sally point, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway and then to the sally point? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that
Why wouldn't it have been motion activated? If it's motion activated, why wouldn't the tow truck dropping off the car have motion activated it?
that's also the video that captures that area.
If
of the
it's
car,
motion
correct?
activated,
Right
why?
rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
It's
Why?
not there, Sergeant Bukhenik. I'm not splitting words with you.
He's splitting
hairs.
words
It's
with
not
you,
there.
Alan.
It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Okay.
He's only going to cross him on the video. He's only going to cross him on the video. Well, that's why I kept going on and on about it, because he's only going to cross him on the video. You guys, is Trooper Proctor going to be the next witness? Because I think it's likely. Oh, boy. I can't believe we're at redirect. I'm surprised, honestly. I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised that we're done with Cross. Okay. I'm very surprised. I mean, I also am distracted today because WWDC, but Lally, sir? The video, sir? Lally, start with the video.
Morning, Sergeant.
Start with the video.
Good morning, sir.
Start with the video. Lally?
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Camden Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or
How
form
does he know?
from when you received it to when it was played before the jury.
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything,
Oh, but Your Honor, we'll get done so much faster if he can. So faster. At least he's starting with
what, if
the
anything, was done
video.
to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before
What if
the jury?
anything's not a cure-all?
Objection.
Ask it differently. One more
What
time.
if anything's not a cure-all?
As far
Was
as the condition when
anything
you
done
received
to
it,
the video?
condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police
Non-responsive.
Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed
I don't know if he can testify
at
to
various
this.
points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
Because there's lack of motion.
Now, from the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay?
May I have
Again?
one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, we're going to do this again. I guess we're doing it again. All right. So for those of you that are local in Boston, did the Celtics play yesterday? Are they in the playoffs? Why is basketball still going? It seems like it's summer. Aren't we into baseball? Anyway, local fans, is the basketball thing still happening? I guess we're watching the whole video again. Thanks, chat. Since we can chat amongst ourselves while we are watching this video. Again.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury. That is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed, from the driveway video, into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
They're using the defense's exhibit. I mean, that's fair. We haven't watched the defense's exhibit all the way through. It does make more sense to my brain this way. So there's that. For those of you that asked why the defense got to just flip it, because A, they made it clear, and B, they didn't do anything else to the video. They just inverted it, and it shows the proper perspective. So, and I don't think the prosecution objected.
If you could pause there for 1 second. Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular the snow on the door when he closes that door. Gentlemen, if you could.
I mean, it falls off. Also, thank you all for
You pause just for 1 moment.
making this the number one place to
Sergeant,
watch
if I
live
could
trials.
direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway?
Oh my God,
At that point,
Lally!
did you observe any snow coming off of Mr.
Lally asked, this is a fair question, but Lally asked Trooper Bukhenik if he saw Karen Reed's car hit John O'Keefe's car, and he said yes. I think Lally's trying to get to the force. Not like the Star Wars force, but like the snow coming off of Karen's car from a door being closed versus the bumping into John O'Keefe's car. But he said hit it. It's not alleged at this point. He testified to it. We all saw it. But it's getting to it's a very slight amount of force.
O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
And that's for argument as well.
I'll allow it.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Hard enough for snow to come off of it. Play the video, Lally. If you want to play the video, play it again. Sure. No, but he didn't. I honestly don't remember at this point if any snow comes off. But where did all the snow in the Sally Port come from? Right? Like, what was in there first? And if it was testified to by Canton, I don't remember because it was 100 million years ago. This trial, chat, started jury selection in April. It started testimony at the end of April. Okay. Jen, I'm going to pull up our member chats while we're watching this. Thank you, members. Today has been spicy. Big cat, little cat, hello to you in New Zealand. Oh, the chat was chatting before I got here. Fair enough. Hello, the Danish doll. Hello, Mangus. Thank you guys for gifted memberships. Today has been sassy AF. And they're just sitting in court watching it roll out. Melanie, thank you for the super chat. It's so kind. The law nerds are the best chat on the internet. This is the best place to watch trials. Well, you guys make it the best place to watch trials. Day in and day out as we chat about the trials and at moments, other things. What we don't know is how that snow got in the Sally Port. That's what we don't know. Wish I did know. Look, the number 4 looks right. That's helpful. And we can see where that ATV is behind the car, which we see in some of the other pictures, which helps. For those of you asking, why are we watching this again? Lally thinks somehow it'll help. Don't chat. We're far enough in that you guys know. Don't ask me to explain what Lally's doing. I don't fucking know. Generally, I can follow somebody's logic. I just can't. Lilith, I don't know if the timestamps have been. Shouldn't have been.
Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before
Thank
or
you,
after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
What?
So the objection is sustained. Ask the question.
It's the smash.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th. Is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video of Mr. O'Keefe's?
That's argument.
That is after.
But that's better.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
Congratulations,
and is
Victor.
it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on 1 Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dighton?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dighton when that vehicle is being loaded onto a truck and you can see the taillight there?
John.
Okay.
It's after.
He's so cute.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dighton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her
Can I object? The point of redirect is to clean up any issues. The only issues here was really the video, not the defendant's statements. Why are we doing this again?
broken tail light and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Yeah.
Do you want the instruction, or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Go see her. I think this is outside the scope of cross. I don't think it was asked about at all on cross. I think this is outside the scope of cross. Do you know what I'm really surprised about as we zoom? It for chat asking outside the scope, it is. I'm really, really surprised that the defense did not elicit the rest of Karen Reed's statements made from June 9th, 2022. We heard the briefest of statements. I went back and re-listened to it. That's in Quick Bits today. But I'm surprised they didn't try to get into that in the cross-examination with this witness, which makes me wonder what else is there, right? I'm very surprised that they didn't do that. I thought that they would. So we are back from sidebar. This is getting so repetitive. Hopefully the judge told Lally this is outside the scope. We'll see. Momentarily.
Now, Sergeant,
it seems like he has to move on because he's trying to find where he's moving on to.
version of the video.
So the defense won that at sidebar.
You and the jury witnessed on Wednesday, and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now. Again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate
This should be the last question.
Rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Anyone else get twitchy when a witness in this case says absolutely? Like, it's happened too frequently now. Now it bothers me. That might be me being tired, but the absolutely is a lot. He should be done. I don't know what else you need to ask.
If I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th.
This is fair.
Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That
is correct.
Said other things.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
I'm glad he followed up on this, actually.
The Massachusetts General Law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that.
Are you starting to try to quote the law directly as opposed to just answering the question?
Chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to
I have
the
questions.
representative from the chief medical examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital?
We have to hear the ME next.
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition
Told
to that,
you?
did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of
Sergeant Good told you that. Did Sergeant Good told you that somebody else told him? Because this is a whole game of telephone with this.
the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Bukhenik.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Flamati was the one talking about the victim being
Now,
in
after
a winter coat.
going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
It's a proper objection.
Yeah, I'm going to allow.
What? What do you mean you're going to allow it?
it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
I don't like it, but I think it's not as objectionable as I thought it was going to be.
Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Could tell that the glass was not the cause of injury. It shouldn't be, I could tell. It should be, I believed, but
Any recross?
Very briefly.
on that,
In your report
On
to
that.
the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to
Right.
the back of the head, correct?
right.
I'm not sure how they wrote it down,
I remember this now.
but
I
I
remember
would
this now.
need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Last sentence. May I?
Yes.
I think this is going to end up being more helpful to the defense than the prosecution, as most
that
things in
refresh
the
your recollection?
prosecution's case.
Yes, it
end up.
does.
What
Hey,
did you
Chris.
say to us, or what did you report
Come on
to
in.
the
I'm streaming,
OCME?
but I'll mute.
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, "I hit him," or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling
says
you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did
When was that?
EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase,
Chat, let me know in the chat. Just yes or no. Based on this witness's testimony, were you under the impression, his testimony on redirect, were you under the impression that he had talked to Flamati himself and not that that was relayed to him by Good? Let me know. Were you under the impression that he had spoken to Flamati? because that's the impression I was left with.
Or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And
Too
Sergeant
good.
Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m.? Before 10:41 a.m.
Yeah, it wasn't just me.
That my
Thank you,
client
Chad.
made the statement
All of you.
that she hit him.
All 32,000 of you are like, yeah.
I don't believe so.
This is what's so infuriating is that, hey G, thank you. I'm about to be mad. We're gonna yell.
About what?
Oh, this testimony.
Why?
Well, do you want me to tell you why?
Yes.
Okay, so this witness is saying that there is a critical piece of evidence, critical to the evaluation for the medical examiner, but he never put it in a report anywhere.
Bruh.
Right. Bruh.
It's-
Why are you two matching?
He works like that.
A trend occurs.
Y'all, I love
Thought
you.
process starts.
Okay, it's not the Baker show this morning, y'all. I love you both. Bye, guys. So, in the words of Griffin, bruh, he's saying that it is critical to tell the ME that he thinks that the victim is attacked with a glass and then never memorializes it anywhere. So, sir, my 12-year-old doesn't believe you at all. At all.
That my client made the statement that she hit him.
I don't believe so.
Oh my God. This is so annoying.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that.
I can't believe there's no...
And I'm talking about...
Look, Alan Jackson and I came from the same office. I am so astounded, and maybe I shouldn't be, that none of this is in any of the reports.
The higher quality video, the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
He didn't put in a report until the trial started. For fuck's sake. If Good told you, I'm going to try to be generous. Maybe it's in a Proctor report. I'm not optimistic, but Proctor is the case agent. But he's the one that had the conversation with the ME's office. If Good told you something that is critical to the case at that point in time, you say in a summary report, spoke to the ME's office, relayed this information from Sergeant Good, who told me at this time, because you want to make sure that as you are investigating a case, that you know where that information came from. And if that information is later disproven, then you can be like, okay, this isn't. This is such bullshit. How do you not put it in a report? Chad, I see all of you saying, Emily, it's probably not in another report. It's probably not, but there is an outside possibility. So before I go off the rails entirely, there is an outside possibility that it's in another report, but I'm not optimistic, but he's the one who relayed it. He should have reported it too. There's nothing wrong with it being in 4 reports because he's assuming it's in Good's report. You know what Good testified to? That it's not in his report either. This statement that they're all relying on, I hit him, is not memorialized in a single report. And I bet the ME's report doesn't say, defendant said she hit victim. It seems that the ME's report says, Victim may have been hit in the face with a glass. That's not the same. Why are we here?
When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, like the one that was inverted.
Okay,
When
code
did you
bra
receive
is
that
granted.
video? What date?
I'm so over this testimony right now. I'm so frustrated. But yes, we have to grant Griffin a code bra, which is we're gonna treat it the same as DEFCON Red, because this is so preposterous. It's just so preposterous. For those of you that are new here, welcome. DEFCON Red is our level of DEFCON what the fuck. I try to reserve it because we're at the what the fuckery level this morning so far. And for those of you that are flash sensitive, the flashing ends when the music does. So just know we are going to flash as we go to DEFCON Red in 3, 2, 1. Let's see what additional fuckery is wrought.
That was inverted.
But at least I have
When
coffee.
did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after
This
mid-April,
year,
correct?
the jury knows.
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question.
Who retrieved the video?
At what point were you asked?
I'm going to back this up because in my fucking around with us going to DEFCON Red, this question might have been lost. But the higher quality video, the Sallyport video we just watched, was not retrieved from Canton PD until after the trial started.
Was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
I'm shocked they still had it.
After mid-April, correct?
I'm shocked they still had it.
I believe
honestly.
so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
Who
I'm sorry,
retrieved it?
That was a presumptuous question.
Who retrieved it? He
At what
received
point
it.
were you
From
asked
who?
to secure the video? Or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do
You
not
said
know.
you received it.
You were aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that.
Oh, fuck.
You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case,
Yeah,
correct?
what is happening?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
He
So
does
it's
know that.
sustained for the same reason.
He testified about that. He knew that one of the Alberts was a member of Canton PD. He already testified to it, Your Honor. Look at your notes.
Sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
It would have had to have been.
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay. What entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're not all set. We're not okay at
Your
all.
next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barros to the stand.
Okay.
I'm really sad that it's not Proctor, but maybe I need a minute to like calm myself back down from the fuckery of it all. That's a person, not, you asked for a person, not an entity. Jeez. That was a bruh moment, too. We're going to need a bruh emoji. Bruh. Just going to get a soundbite of Griffin saying bruh. Throw it on the soundboard.
During the case now here for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name?
Sir, can you just answer the questions asked? Because we've had a really rough go with the last witness, and we're all a little exhausted. I feel kind of gaslit, and I'm doubting whether reality is as it seems. So could you just witness 56 be kind to us?
Name and spell your last name for the jury.
Nicholas Barros, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dighton.
And what, if any, role, what do you do for the town of Dighton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how
Witness
long in total have
56.
you been a member of the Dighton Police?
In total, started in 2011.
Lovely local residents of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, can somebody please put how to spell Dighton in the chat? Because I'm not sure.
14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dighton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
Thank
I
you,
was.
Miguelina.
Did you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And
Thank you, Chad.
was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
Where's
That
the
particular
medical
day,
examiner?
I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now,
Were you on a double because of the
at
snow?
some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dighton Police, what, if any, communication?
Good.
First
Nice.
and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift?
Thanks,
was
chat.
concerned?
I was
We're gonna go
the
through some
officer in
number
charge
chats.
that day, from 8 a.m. to midnight.
You're the watch commander?
When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had
We got the
advised me
beginning of
that
that,
a
Catherine. We
resident
didn't
had
get the end.
called the police station on a 911
This
call
we need.
requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her
Oh.
daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
Oh,
And then,
I was not expecting that
as
at all.
your shift continued, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
Nothing about the
And
911 call.
Did they give you a
With
specific
the
address as far as
Section
where
12.
they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton, North Dighton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking of?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
I'm interested to see his observation of the SUV because he's completely unrelated to everything else.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
There it is.
And the Reed residence was at a William
I
and
always
Janet
feel
Reed, is
late.
that correct?
I'm always
Correct.
later than I intend to be.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And
Of course you did.
as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart?
We are
to
on
Trooper Proctor?
slow mode for all of you asking.
I
We are on
advised
slow mode.
Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call
A lot of
on the
people.
midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
One Vintage Witch, thank you for the gifted memberships.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as
what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And they weren't uniformed.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted,
the residence.
Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
We'll talk more about the judge when we get a
specific tow company
real court
that,
break.
that the Dighton police uses with regard to towing vehicles within the town?
We will talk
During
more
that
about the
period, it was Diamond Towing.
He talks nice and fast, though. I like
so
this
did
witness
you
so far.
contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted.
I actually just want to hear from the tow truck driver. Can we just get to that? I'd really like to hear from the tow truck driver.
The
and see
owner,
if he took pictures.
and he responded.
Now,
Because don't they normally take pictures of damage? That would be
if you could,
real helpful.
Explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and you couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
It was about a foot of
Oh my
snow,
God, 'cause there was
in the
snow.
driveway.
We saw the video of the driveway. The driveway actually did have a bit of snow.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown?
It appeared like
or
snow.
Untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
It had not been blown. It did not have
Now,
its
as
skis
you're,
on or off.
Going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
In the snow.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
More snow.
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a
At least
vehicle,
while he's
correct?
talking faster today. So
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And what were your observations of the vehicle?
As far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to
Look how fast
the
and
driveway
direct
area
this
of this
is.
residence?
Some of it's leading, but
I had contacted the
It's
highway
background, so-
superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow, I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage,
they're actually talking
what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle? If you know?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
Interesting.
And then beyond the taillight area?
Cracked and a piece was missing. That testimony is consistent with Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts, and everybody else. Cracked and a piece was missing. Not the entire casing of the taillight was gone. Isn't that interesting? Which makes that cross-examination of Yannetti with the crime scene physical match, where they physical matched all the taillight except for a little piece of the red and a piece of the white. Much more powerful, isn't it?
That vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as
I just
the
want
dent on the rear
photos
quarter
from the
panel that
tow
you
truck
saw,
driver.
was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
Small piece missing.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process?
Honestly, we don't give a fuck anymore. We wanted to hear what he saw of the taillight. We heard what he saw of the taillight. We don't care about the plowing or the lack of plowing. We saw the video of the car being left. Can we hear from the tow truck driver next, please? Thanks.
Process of that, you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And
yeah, we
as
don't,
far as the time that
we
the
don't need
troopers
any other
went
rest
into
of
the
it.
house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
You know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
And I'm sorry.
I did not.
He's like, can I be done, please? I saw what I saw. Get me out of here.
Let me have a moment, John.
Yes.
You've got to be almost done. I didn't see anyone touch the car. It was loaded up on the tow truck and it took off. That's his testimony. He saw some damage and a small missing piece and a crack. So when the jury has to weigh these witnesses, what witnesses do you believe? When we have such widely conflicting testimony.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination?
No
All right,
cross.
Sergeant Barros, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
you.
Smart choice by the defense. There's nothing to cross him on. He said what he said. They could have, if they wanted to, stood up and asked, so what
You
you
want to
saw
call
the
another
tail light
witness or
was?
morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
All right, the court is taking the morning recess. We're taking the morning Zoom. But y'all, it's time to get a little bit of a stretch. So as the jury is going out, we'll just, don't forget to take a stretch break. Stretch your legs, get some hydration. We're going to skip this morning break as fast as humanly possible. All right. I'm actually going to, there we go. We're going to head right back to court. I think it's wise of the defense not to cross-examine that witness. Also, we are catching up in real time, chat. No spoilers. Thank you. I know some of you are watching on multiple feeds. So, let's go to our next witness, shall we? All right. That was the morning break. We all got a little bit of a stretch. They addressed something at sidebar, which is interesting. So, let's see if that has to do with the next witness or not. Because we're waiting, Your Honor.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Shall they must?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Oh, shit. Well, chat. Whoop, there it is. For everyone who said Proctor was never going to testify. We now have Trooper Proctor taking the stand. Chat! Will this witness be done today? I don't think so. All right, chat. It's all happening. Why are you carrying an open evidence bag into court? We have so many fucking questions for you. Oh, chat. Witness number 57, Trooper Michael Proctor. Miguelino, will you let the app know? Sir, we really care about nothing except your text messages. Chat, I'm not going to code red yet. His existence is not yet fuckery. We have to wait and see what happens. Not yet, not yet. We have nowhere to go if we do that first. Everybody, it's happening.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
We
morning,
still
sir.
haven't heard
Good
from the
morning,
ME.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yeah, Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
That wasn't me. That's the feed. What is happening? We cannot have a glitchy feed. We cannot have a glitchy feed right now. No. Hold on. Oh my God. Some of us are streamers. This is going to kill me. I'm gonna refresh real quick. Thank you, chat, for your patience.
We spoke.
All right, let's back right up. Oh, there was a feed issue because the feed actually cuts out for a moment. So there was a feed issue right at the beginning, and the feed actually cuts out for a moment.
Medical situation.
So he gets a call regarding a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial
we need to
information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information. So I contacted
I'm
Detective
so
Blank
mad
from
about the
Canton
feed.
Police Department to see exactly.
I will try to find that segment on another feed at the end of today's feed or at lunch. But for now, background training and experience, we know he was on call and he was next up for any cases that were being assigned. He got a call, and so he decided what to do. That's would have been what we missed.
What transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lane didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital.
Maybe the court feed is now motion activated.
Mr. O'Keefe.
So still it just glitched.
Before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry?
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
He's the investigating
Firefighter Flamati
officer.
informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
That
And
was
based
generous.
on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Bukhenik, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And
That's
what,
accurate.
if any decision did you and Sergeant Bukhenik come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next step should be?
So there was a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive.
Yeah, our Ford Fusions weren't going
and
to cut it.
Meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
But also there's
And about
no
what time was it that you and Sergeant
footage
Bukhenik arrived
then.
at the Canton
There's no
Police
dash cam
It was approximately
in the PVs.
10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Weren't you on
Had
call?
cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so.
Chat, part of the
When was
reason
it
the
that you
victim was
arrived
not
in relation to Sergeant-
DOA is because he was hypothermic.
At Canton PD?
Yes.
So they still
I don't
undertook
recall
life.
if Sergeant Bukhenik arrived
Saving
first
measures.
or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a Waterfall Bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if
That
you
was
could
me,
identify
Chad,
as
I'm
where
sorry.
she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
And he knows exactly who
Just ask
defense
the record
counsel
reflects
is.
identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Bukhenik, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Bukhenik on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately. We met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Bukhenik that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchenek's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Bukhenik all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
Were they
one-on-one?
recorded?
Sergeant Bukhenik and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Bukhenik or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went in.
That's all leading.
Correct?
Yes.
Don't rephrase his whole
Other
testimony.
than those,
Lally.
as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, at the Good Samaritan?
But that should be in your report.
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And
should be.
it
should be in your
second
report.
reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have occasion, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he
Should be
had
in your notes.
abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm, there's approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm,
Also
Both
saying
eyes were
abrasions.
swollen in black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the
The photos
injuries
from the
that
ME will
kind of
show
jumped out
this,
to me.
though.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
Yeah. I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we
takes
observed a
very
pile
long
of clothes
breaths
in the corner
before he answers.
that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and
No.
kind of piled into the corner.
Actually, they
The one
had
thing that had jumped out
firefighters
to
had.
both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that
Sustained. Next
It's a
question.
strike.
I'll strike from fairly common, the observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many?
Okay, before we continue on, I saw lots of you in the chat asking about WWDC. WWDC is Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference. It is something I've watched almost every year, if not every year since, gosh, even before they streamed it, but it is Apple's Developer Conference. It's on at 10 a.m. Pacific today. It's, updates on iOS. It's me being a tech fangirl, so it has nothing to do with this trial and everything to do with iPhone season. So that is what WWDC is. For those of you that are finding me now, you don't know that I used to cover tech starting in 2016 on YouTube. It's a long story. We'll talk about it another day. Anyway, I love tech.
Those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle.
He's getting into the question that was just objected to. Hold on. I'm going to back it up real quick so we have context.
As a member,
Before I paused.
Light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Every question, a deep breath.
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
That's it?
And with reference to...
That's not a lot.
With reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, had you seen in those prior investigations in regard to
not a lot
sneakers
at
or
all.
footwear of pedestrians involved in
That's
motor
leading.
vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
The judge is so not having the prosecution right now. Did you see how fast the judge is like, I will see you at sidebar on this? That is not a lot of investigations of pedestrian motor vehicles. It might be the size of their department. It might be the area where they are patrolling, but it's truly not very many, all things considered. We're going to zoom past that. I imagine Lally has been told to move on. So I'm going to keep eating my breakfast.
See, John?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made
More
on those prior
foundation?
occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians and motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the
I can't
point of
believe she
impact.
allowed it. I should stop being
And
surprised.
so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Bukhenik and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to, Sergeant Bukhenik is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's another one.
I mean, it could be a
Lieutenant
lot
Brian
of
Tully.
things.
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Bukhenik and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect
For him to search for the other one on scene.
Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe
The
was
other
found,
shoe.
on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Bukhenik and I were informed that SIR team and
'Cause he wasn't
Detective
there.
Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let that sign.
Yeah, you should let that happen. I'm going to turn down the siren. So the CERT team found the matching shoe. We know this. We've seen it.
Shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed at the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated.
Cacao to Cacao said the shoes with different soles, they don't have different soles. Both the shoes were the same. So, sorry, the question just caught me by surprise because it surprised me. But no, the shoes from the crime scene and the shoe from the hospital are the same shoes, different feet, but the same shoes. So, continuing on.
The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it.
I mean, some of those don't look like
There's
tears. Some of
blood and
those look like
vomit on it, if I
punctures.
recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well.
It was
pants
absolutely
area.
cut. May have been cut.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th? Depicting
Oh, this
Mr.
must be a thing.
Yes.
Look, y'all, when I say I am not following what's going on with this case outside, I am not following what's going on with this case outside. Which is why the question caught me off guard. The shoes are the same. If this is a thing, I don't know that it's a thing, but the shoes are the same. Like one of them was anyway. I'm not going to get into it any further because the shoes are the same, but we'll see them in court again, I'm sure.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to...
Yeah, you should weigh it.
Just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in
Well,
general
you should
terms as
just
far as
wait.
securing items and evidence within your unit.
He should just wait.
How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, And then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that is has triple retention. It has an actual key,
Is it
a key
logged?
card, and an actual access code.
Where
and
is it
only
logged?
3 members of my office have access to that room. The 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And who makes the log?
And at this time, on January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Ichiko and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Bukhenik have any access to that evidence storage room?
No.
But what
Now,
about the log?
With reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the
Karen Reed's parents' house,
Good
right?
Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had.
I was wondering
called
how they
Miss
knew
Reed,
she was
spoken
there.
to her and informed her that you were coming there to.
How did you end up calling
Correct.
Miss Reed?
And just as you had done with Miss McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Miss Reed within her home.
That's leaving.
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also, we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those things?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Bukhenik and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is
How
that
did
correct?
they get in touch with Karen
Yes.
Reed?
As
I
far
wonder
as the
if Jen
drive
gave
from the
them
Good Samaritan
Karen's
Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, with the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you're in Sergeant Bukhenik's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Bukhenik position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Bukhenik went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Bukhenik approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from
What
the
did you
street to the home?
do?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist. and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
I imagine Jen
As you're
McCabe
walking,
also told them about the broken tail
Up the
light.
driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered.
Emotional
to Miss
lemonade, this
Karen
is
Reed,
true.
that correct?
His answers are
Correct.
less annoying
Mayor
than
Brooks?
Trooper B
Yes.
because he's not adding on. He's just answering what's being asked.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length.
Casey Cat, they might not have. They might have just seized everything and then gotten the warrant to search. Because we've heard nothing about it. I've seen a number of you asking if the defense can call him back. The cross-examination should not be constrained to the scope of direct. So there will be things that the defense can get into here. But could they call him back? Yes, they could recall him. Will they need to? Let's see what happens. But they should be granted some latitude on cross. He's the investigating officer. So...
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The Registry Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Well,
Yes.
it is a newer
I'll
car.
seek
This
to
is in
introduce them as the next
2022.
exhibit.
No objection.
Her car was a 2021. I don't know why they were drying. They were drying the clothes because the clothes were wet and
Now, with respect
Well,
to Ms. Reed,
right.
at some point you go into the house. Is
they
that
should have been
correct?
dried in the evidence
Yes.
locker, though.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Bukhenik and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you
Large
proceed
pieces
inside the
missing
home,
from
and,
it.
and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
The differences
And
in
that conversation
opinion,
goes on for approximately how long?
I should say, the differences in observation over this tail light. We have multiple witnesses saying cracked or a small piece missing, and a few witnesses saying large pieces were missing. And then essentially when it's reconstructed, the entire thing is broken out of its casing and it's a large taillight. It's just, it's
Approximately
odd.
half hour, 40 minutes.
Very
And when
odd.
you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that?
Seized.
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
So
Now,
they seized the
during
phone
the course of the
and the
conversation
car.
that you and Sergeant Bukhenik had with the defendant,
So they seized the phone and the car as part of the investigation before they got a warrant for it. And then they should have gotten a warrant to search it. Otherwise, nothing is going to come in about it. Remember, the motions and the argument regarding the warrant happened way before trial. Well, sometimes way before means days, but they happen ahead of trial. There's no fighting over the warrants once we get into trial unless something substantially changes. That's all done before. But yes, Liz H., there are circumstances where you can seize things without a warrant, but at least now we have an answer to the procedure under which that was done.
that afternoon at her parents' home in Dighton.
And yes, things can be seized before
Were
a
there some
warrant.
questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Ms. Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at C.F. McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Ms. Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone?
Should go right
to
into a
observe
Faraday
the
bag.
information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
I was going to say.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
You don't turn it
It's
off?
to avoid if someone wants to
Switch it.
go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
It should go in a bag.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dighton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured
Oh, Chad,
in
I'm
the
sure we'll
Sally
get
Port
there
Bay.
with the defense.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived
Oh, no,
at
no,
the
when-
Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port there?
Yep, so we left Dighton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sally Port garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
This is cumulative.
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility.
Well, then, if
The
you're not
other
part of it, why are
options
you
were-
testifying to it?
I believe the barracks at in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dighton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I remember the exact, I couldn't put like a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dighton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Bukhenik to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
That's so
Sergeant
compound.
Bukhenik and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Bukhenik do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape, or form?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, and just kind of
We
sectioned
saw
it
that.
off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area, the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Bukhenik?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
Sure.
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks,
Somebody has to be in
coordinate
charge.
interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have
That's not what he asked.
that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in.
Record keeper, you
But when
say.
it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Record keeper, you say.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Bukhenik and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino. And
did you log them in? When were they logged in?
The clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Bukhenik and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones,
where were your
that was in a
evidence
secure
agents?
area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into.
You're a case officer, though. Don't you know what your evidence officers do and how they log it? You said it's a small department. You would think, as somebody who's in charge of chain of custody, you would know how that works.
To the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
When?
Now, sir, if I could
Not how
turn
they
your
see fit,
attention
when
to,
they see fit.
February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sallyport garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sallyport garage on that day?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions
Accident
in regard to
reconstructionists.
Crime Scene Services section. Can you
I wanna hear
describe
from
to the
them,
jury
too.
sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In
Video.
more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video
Can we see
as well
that?
as dust fingerprints.
Can we
Now,
see the
with
video?
respect to
Excuse
this-
me. Can we see the video? I would like to see the video. Can we see the video, please?
this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document things, correct?
Yes,
And that would include a Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe.
correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes,
That would include February 1st in the Sallyport garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle.
correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene
Everybody
Services
said no
section
to this
that came out
answer-
and
to this
memorialized
question.
each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services? to
Again, he's
memorialize
answering the
or
defense
document
more
a
than
scene?
asking
No.
questions at the moment.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if anything, do you note sort of
That was 3. Lally, that was 3 what if any's in one sentence.
between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Going to lose my
Yeah,
mind.
the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
Was taken out of the vehicle.
The state police chemist, Miss Hartnett, had it
of course, I see your
removed,
question
which
in
she
the chat.
brought
I'm
to
gonna get to
the
questions when I
lab
can.
herself.
So
But that's a
she
much
had it
more detailed
removed,
question.
removed it herself and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Try.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish.
Photos? Videos? What are we looking at? I would like to look at something. For those of you asking about him pleading the fifth, remember that goes question by question, so we're going to have to wait and see. And there will generally be a voir dire like there was for Higgins. So we've got a long day or days ahead of us. Chrissy in the chat said, question ADB, my friend and fellow law nerd Anna got engaged last week. I wanted to see if you and the chat wouldn't mind saying congratulations to Anna and Greg. Thanks. Love the law nerds. Chat is bae. Anna and Greg, congratulations on your engagement.
With the court's permission, if I could publish.
Just apologize to all of us, Lally, at this point.
Portion of Exhibit 34.
Okay.
The Sally Port video.
Sarah said, Saul Proctor was on the stand and immediately came running. App notification is the best thing. That's why we built it. Because, well, that story I told on a members only about what happened during another large trial in our text crew. And the app is international. So
approximately 9:12 a.m.
and free for you. This is a different video from a different day. I was immediately like, well, this is a bit more clear than the other one. It's still shit, but it's a bit more clear than the other one, probably because of the time of day. This is from February 1st at 9:11:33 a.m. So this is going to be as they are processing the car. Hopefully that helps. It's not an easy video to see.
Pause it right there. Your Honor, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's.
It's a wicked doc video.
Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution after
trying to move me out of the way.
Speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And this gentleman, if you could run it from here for just a few minutes.
So the timestamp on this says interior Sallyport front wall. Crime scene services is there with the camera. I can see the camera.
And sir, while this is going, if I could just ask a couple of questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we're the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
I don't know why the timestamps are different.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sallyport Garage of the Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded?
The photos are already in evidence that are being taken now.
What, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lowe.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
My understanding, it's motion
No,
active.
it was sustained.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You need to wait for a question, sir.
I'm not
Wait.
sure there's anything said.
No.
For a question.
All right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
Yeah, we're waiting for that, Your Honor. We're also waiting for him to just ask a question.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set
Yeah,
up,
it looks like the whole-
how is that activated, or how does?
For those of you saying it doesn't look like a small crack, yeah, it looks like the whole taillight is missing. I wouldn't define that as a small crack either.
Does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah. How does he know that?
Where's the foundation,
sustained.
Mr. Lally?
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing as far, there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moved throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike it.
It's going to run until about 9:24.
We've already heard from the crime scene tech with the flashlight who's processing the vehicle last week.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective.
Oh, I
unit.
bet he has it in court today.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there.
All right. That explains what he brought in the evidence bag. Do you have gloves? Maybe hand him some gloves. Oh, no, that's not the evidence bag. That's an evidence box. Lally should have gloves.
Item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
Lally!
I recognize that to be.
The poor court reporter is not going to hear if you were like bending and snapping while you're asking questions.
The housing unit.
And as far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
Is it sticker?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well for when it's sealed up. And it's the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Danny Girl asked, has Karen Reed's SUV been turned around? I thought the taillight was at the door. There are two doors on either end of the Sally Port, but this video is showing it not mirrored. The other video was mirrored. So no, the SUV hasn't turned around.
I would seek to admit and introduce that.
The video perspective.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look at
Sure.
it. Sure.
With the court's permission, if
Yes.
XJade says, seems like this trial has been 10 months. It feels there are long days. Yeah, it feels like we've been in this trial forever. Don't worry. Normally there's a bit of a period after trial where you're all are like, what do you mean we're not in court every day? That's not going to really happen with this one because I think we're going to roll almost right to the Baldwin trial. Kathleen, good to see you. It's a great chat. Question, if he didn't collect the pieces, why was his name on the bags? That is going to have to be asked. But sometimes it can be because he's the case agent, but that shouldn't be for evidence. It should be who collected it. Always. Unboxing ASMR in court. It's a bag and a box and a box and a bag and a tree and a hole and a hole and a bog and a bog and a swamp. Way down in the valley-o. What fell out? You can't make up pieces still falling off this thing in court. It's a huge taillight casing. We knew that, but
Thank you, sir.
it is a large taillight casing. Is that upside down? Is that right side up?
Go ahead and put that back in the box.
That seems upside down. The judge's face.
Put it on the bag. We need to mark that. And we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well.
The box in the bag.
Thank you.
All right.
Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
The whole
Hold
damn
on.
box
So it's going to be
of court reporter.
544 and 544A.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is the A the light?
Christine said Bev sends me back to the
44's
nuns
bag?
I had in school.
We're not even putting it right on the light.
Definitely mad.
So we're putting
Sasquatch Israel say good morning from Mount Juliet, Tennessee.
544
Love
on
Mount
the bag,
Juliet.
544A on the box.
Understood, thank you.
They're just clarifying.
Put that on the bag, please, sir.
Civil trial date set for July 11th. I don't know what civil trial that is, but okay. The judge's tone was real spicy this morning. Spicy golden retriever energy. It really was. Paulie 777 said, "Are you going to Wisconsin for Dave?" Yes.
544A. Thank you.
We will probably spend hours in parking because you can't miss an encore. I'm a whole thing. Emily at Dave Matthews is a whole separate.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Chat, you guys are cracking me up.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
All right, they're marking it. Oh, Barbara, I'm good. No,
Trooper
no
Proctor,
need.
do you
I've got my
recognize
coffee.
What's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is
you know
the
what?
right.
The car appears to square up to 3 in this picture, but in the other angle, the 4 was behind the car. I don't think it was moved. If it is, they should address it.
Taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV, and you can see large pieces of it are missing.
I don't know how anyone would describe that as cracked with a small piece missing. Like that's not cracked. Like that's missing tail light. Unless, I mean, I don't even know how you would explain that as cracked because that feels like missing. So, y'all let me know what you think.
Condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th.
Oh,
minus the
I mean, they should address it if it has been moved.
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
And yes, 3 might be the opposite to a 4. That is a good observation, chat.
Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Thank you.
If it moved, they should talk about it. But yeah, that's like broken.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Yes, Socrates. I'm talking about Alpine.
Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of
they were waiting for the evidence to reveal itself in the snow.
Other evidence. What, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 5th?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th. And we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Bukhenik as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag. Kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road?
Oh my God, it's so many questions.
So after the 29th, it was
and it's compounded.
Close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen.
Oh.
And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
It's exactly.
So
that's exactly how Bukhenik said it. Evidence started to present itself.
Items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there was no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's car? Were there photos? Did somebody go?
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6.
But are there photos when you got there?
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this?
He's totally going to ask, if this trooper sees snow fall off O'Keefe's video. I'm going to wait for it.
Tank, if you know.
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
Okay. I'm going to pause.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app
I'm
on
going to
his
move
phone.
myself
Yes.
out of the way, or
Now,
try to.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here.
I'm going to move the closed captioning. I'm going to leave myself where I'm at. I mean, it bumps the car.
Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer up there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observe in this video.
I want to know if there's
and
pictures.
whose vehicles you believe them to be.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe, like, on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
Snow?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe?
I see a crack in the taillight.
I do not know.
Now, with reference to
But
the back area of Mr.
Just talking about Miss Reed's car, I see the white light coming across the side, but without seeing both taillights together, it is hard for me to tell if that is an intact taillight and that is supposed to be white or if that's supposed to be red. From what we've seen in court, it seems like that whole side of the taillight is supposed to be red, and the white part of the taillight is more towards the interior, towards the tailgate. But it's hard for me without seeing both taillights illuminated at the same time. So, but there is clearly a white light in this taillight as we are watching the car drive away.
Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Specifically
Is
in
it
the
as
area of the
glaringly
ground.
white as it should be? I don't know.
As far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Should.
Please tell me if you could run it from there for a moment.
So again, they're trying to say, look, the
Now,
taillight wasn't
as far
damaged.
as the damage area that you were discussing previously,
Yes. Keep telling us how the entire taillight is missing from this angle, sir. Please, I would love to hear it.
that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence.
Because there's
what, if
definitely
anything,
red
do you
on that
observe in the
taillight.
right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
Small. That is a small damage to the taillight. But yes, you can see inconsistencies. That's not the whole damn thing missing.
And for what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
How?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
How? How is that consistent with the whole damn taillight missing? That's more consistent with what Carrie Roberts said, that there was a small piece missing. Okay.
Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on.
Okay. You sticking with that? Thing is, the jury gets to decide. And that video might be the jury's best evidence.
Now, sir, you proceeded to 1 Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Team was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's see the crime scene photos. I'm interested. Are you interested? I'm sure you're interested. A lot of you are calling for code bra.
And Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. Ask you to just view those, look up when you're finished.
Wicked Mainha. If that had a huge break in it, the white light in the taillight would be blinding to the ring camera. I don't disagree with you. It seems that we would see a lot more white light and a lot less red light from the tail light. So I'm interested to see these photos. But we're going to zoom as he looks at them.
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Jamie, thank you so much for the super chat.
In a minute, the next 10 exhibits.
No objection.
The next 10 exhibits, Jamie said, thank you so much for your humor and adding your expertise to keep us up to date and informed. You're an inspiration. Well, I don't know if I'm an inspiration. I do sit a lot. But I enjoy doing this with y'all, even in the moments that I am very frustrated. I enjoyed being here with you. I don't know if I could keep watching this trial without you, chat. I think I would tune out. But if you do find yourself wanting to tune out, get the app, and we'll keep you posted when he comes back on cross-examination. And my summary of direct will be in Quick Bits on the Quick Bits channel. So if you have time to do life things, don't worry. I'll let you know when it's time to come back for non-life things. I don't know if that'll be today or if that'll be on Wednesday. We've also got members stuff we're going to be doing tomorrow. I'll keep you up to date on that, on the app on that, because we got stuff to do tomorrow. So we got cases we need to talk about. Biff said, from this view, you can see the taillight is missing as the spotlight shows the silver underneath. You can see the jagged red on the right of the 8:22 a.m. dash cam footage. The 8:22 dash cam footage is much clearer, I think, but that ring footage is hard to get around. Say what now? Said, hold on. Didn't Lally ask about the snow being knocked off the car when it hit John's car to show that it wasn't hit hard? Yes. But her car has
And Your Honor, with the
no
court's
snow
permission,
because
if
it
I
was in the
could
garage.
just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Her car just pulled into the garage, though.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752.
Emily C., that's very sweet. This is,
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize
that car
what's on the
moved.
screen? It's now been
Who
marked
moved it?
with 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to
It looks moved. And honestly, I don't even know what side of the car we're looking at anymore until somebody tells me. I mean, I'm guessing that's the driver's side based on the lettering on the license plate. But who moved the car? Like, I don't believe anything anymore. I don't think. I am so
this
tired.
particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors.
Rainy Day Girl in the chat. It is a Lexus LX 570 2021.
There that lead into the house.
Week before.
And above those garage doors is the ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from
You
your
can't see the ring camera in this photo,
viewing of
though.
the video from Exhibit 6, from the ring video, video number 153. If you could, using that laser
Julie, I
pointer,
hope you love them.
direct your attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between Ms. Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
And as far as your observations on that date, February
What's the,
3rd,
hold on.
Maybe approach, please.
There's an
Okay.
objection. We're going to zoom while they are up at sidebar. I love being able to zoom. Zoom. Let's see if we can zoom a little bit more. All right. So they are back. I always try to get it right on, but it's not always easy.
For any damage.
Especially when you can't see when they get back. All right, there we go. Better.
Trooper, when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's.
February 3rd. Oh, this picture might be from a different time. Interesting. So he's talking about when you were in the driveway on February 3rd, 2022.
Vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes.
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Proctor?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
You should make it
Yes, sir.
clear
And
when
do you recognize
the
what's
photos are
depicted
from.
in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize
So
those?
annoying.
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
And yes, there's no snow on the ground. There's no snow on the car. The date of the photos needs to be made clear. I think he said when you went out with the crime scene, but I don't. Is that really February 3rd? Maybe it is. All right. As they mark these next 10 photos into evidence, we're going to zoom in little bits.
Could publish just a few of those.
We're going to look at
Okay.
some of these.
Screen now is Exhibit 559.
Yes.
And if you could,
These are photos of the victim's vehicle.
describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
Which rear?
That's the driver's side or the passenger side.
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Now, with respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780. Next one, actually. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the 2 garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Okay. But when did the car get moved? Like that
Now,
just when were
Trooper
those
Proctor.
pictures taken? I have no idea when the pictures were taken, chat, and all of you are saying they were still digging evidence out of the snow February 3rd. So how's there no snow at John O'Keefe's house? Yeah, agreed.
Subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
Okay.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with
How much
respect
snow to
to
melt?
each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover,
What, if anything?
you and the other
What,
troopers
if
who were
anything?
present on those days?
Yeah, there's further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the
said
snow
that
melting
twice.
kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those?
Ooh, it would be so great if there were like measurements and flags from like where you take the photos so that you know. It'd be so good.
Respective days.
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole?
Carolyn in the chat asked if there's a zoomed out photo of John O'Keefe's car. The Commonwealth just put in over 20 photos. We only saw like 3 of them, so I would hope so, but the jury will have all of those, and I imagine some of them will be used on cross.
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as
that's fair,
the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant. It wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
Right. He doesn't know if it's
And
moved
just with
because of all
respect
the
to those
digging
items,
up.
were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass area.
Asphalt or grass is basically what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those 3 successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I, Coach Ron?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to look at the physical pieces of plastic. I'm going to turn the in-court volume down because
that bag, sir?
I do.
That bag.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
It's loud as hell.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
The court reporter is busy doing all of the jobs. So, court reporting, handing scissors, even though the evidence bag is open, handing gloves, all the rest of
With
it.
the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
Nicole asked if it's normal for investigators or cops to bring the evidence in themselves. Yes, that is incredibly common, especially for the lead investigator to generally say, I retrieved this, how did you bring this to court? I retrieved this out of the evidence locker this morning. And then you'll see that it's signed out. And you will often see a log of everything that's been signed in or out on the exterior of the evidence sheet or the evidence bag or box or whatever. I retrieved it from evidence this morning, brought it directly to court. I'm opening it here before you and then opening the bags, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, it is common that that's how they get to court. But normally you will see that chain written on it
Trooper, if I could
as well.
Just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to.
And these are the 3
February,
smaller sealed bags.
first. And before you do that,
And
I
those seem
apologize.
sealed.
With respect to that bag, what
Those
if
should
any
be
indication
resealed
is
from the
there as to
lab.
their contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could.
I mean, this court reporter is doing so much work. No, cut it all the way across. What are you doing with those scissors? Why is this the most awkward opening of evidence tape I've ever seen? Even my unboxings in 2016 weren't this bad. I mean, they were bad. But no, that's tape 2, sir. Please don't rip it. Stressing me out. Oh my God. I'm just trying to breathe. Look, it's plastic.
Thank you, sir. You can place those back in the bag.
I don't think the question is that there's not pieces of plastic. I think the question is when and where they came from.
Okay. Exhibit 563.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked.
The scissors do look. The scissors do look very dull.
11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
I really hope they don't go through every piece of plastic. They've gone through so much of it. They went through every single bag and piece of plastic with, I'm going to put this at 1.25. We're just executive decision made. Motion granted. We went through this with the crime scene physical match expert as well. So, yeah. It's a bag inside a bag.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. We'll cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
The judge doesn't
Right,
agree.
so, Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, any objection? We can go ahead and
I
open.
want to object, but I don't know what's in that.
Go ahead and open.
Exactly. The reason Alan Jackson says, I am going to object, I don't know what's in that bag. Of course he doesn't. That was, okay. That would have been packaged up by the crime scene. And it looks like it is wrapped in tissue.
Right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up.
Because it's glass.
Do you want him to open every one, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
I can't see that far.
He just wants to see them. Jackson is approaching to look at the evidence. And doing a very good job of no touchy. Oh, withdrawn.
All right, so go.
I don't need a motion. No objection.
How many pieces are in there?
One,
Yes, I sped this up a little.
7.
Seven pieces of glass inside a bag, inside a bag, inside a bag, inside a box. In a tree, in a bog, lay down in the valley-o. Y'all, at some point I might sing all of Rattling Bog.
Thank you. The brown bag will
I don't
be
think I remember all of it though.
Thank you. Containing 7 pieces.
Zoom, zoom. They're opening the next bag. Chad, I will always tell you when I zoom, zoom. I know how many of you listen in the background. So I try to narrate. So it helps when you're not watching the screen. These are pieces of plastic and the tin of debris. And Oh, also for anyone keeping track, the baby birds that hatched on my door, I need to put that photo in the member spaces, are now off and away with Mama Bird, or on their own. I don't know. But the eggs, the nest that took root in our wreath on the door had eggs in it. The eggs hatched. The birds are now off and away.
565.
Lastly, sir, with regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury
Nice
what's
bag.
indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness read
Yes.
the items.
I'm zooming while he's cutting open this bag from the 18th. These bags, of course, all had his name on them. Wait a second. The tin didn't. Do you guys see what's sitting on the witness stand? That tin? That is the tin of debris that didn't make it back into the last evidence bag. Somebody fix it. It's stressing me. Oh my God. So this is him holding up the massive pieces of taillight. Or
Thank you, sir.
red
If
and
you could
white,
turn those items
red and
back.
clear plastic.
Your Honor, the call both the seat.
Thank you, chat. Sledge. We've been keeping a glance at them from afar.
566.
All right. They put away the tin of debris.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me,
I'm still at 1.25.
forgive me,
We're gonna
8th,
leave it
11th,
for
and
now.
18th. Those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the
Somebody would have to
search
just
warrants in
account
regard
for
to
it.
the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house.
If the tin didn't go back into the proper bag, the court reporter is going to have to figure it out. But I don't know if he put it back in the right bag or not. I think he put it in the next bag. It just, again, goes to show that he's not paying that close of attention. And that is a problem. Right?
Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number, and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of
Were there 2 tens,
activity
Terry?
log? What
Thank
mean
you.
by
I didn't
that,
see 2 tens.
What, if any, information did you receive?
I
as
was
far
also
as,
taking notes.
What sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system.
Which is important.
If someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in or what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term just as far as videos are concerned or electronic?
That's going to come back up because it came up in Trooper B's cross-examination about when or if there is an activity log provided by Ring.
Devices is what's referred to as a digital footprint.
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So The ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand?
He said digital footprint, not
essentially
imprint.
a digital footprint is if, a video is created. It's
not Twilight Lily. We're not talking about an imprint. What is happening? Digital footprint.
Going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from
That's
Ring
what he
as
said.
far
He
as
said
their
12:34.
videos, system is concerned in regard to the digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections?
He really wants to get into, he thinks that Ring video was deleted. This is going to be a hard argument because it goes both ways. If the defense is arguing sometimes motion activation doesn't activate, well, then isn't that the same for Canton PD? But if it's, well, it should have caught it and it didn't and Canton deleted it, well, then isn't it the same argument for the Ring? So some of these arguments are going to go both ways, but it's clear that the prosecution wants to ask about where the video is of Karen Reed returning home from dropping John O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview.
Where you anticipated video would be?
No.
There's no video of it. I've got
Now,
questions.
sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation as far as yourself, was Sergeant Bukhenik with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was
is he almost
a
done?
voluntary decision that both
He's
you and
almost
Sergeant
done.
Bukhenik made as far as
he's almost done
availing
with
yourself
verdict.
or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, do you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Buccal swab.
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and he gets swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
I'm sorry, but I should have asked just prior to that as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs, or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you.
He's almost done. Which means after lunch, we're going to get to cross.
Now, sir, with reference...
how can I tell he's almost done?
With court.
I'm guessing that he's almost done because he asked the questions in the same order of Trooper B. Ring video, then the swabs, and then he was just about done. So Lally has been asking questions in the exact same order of every witness. So he's got to be almost at the end because, well, I'm going by that's the same order he asked in for Trooper B.
So your
That's
investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
So we'll see.
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you Were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the currents, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you
Y'all,
spoke
I know
with,
the Apple event is
along with
starting.
others that were present with you,
Look,
who, if any of those witnesses,
we'll be timestamped
had
if you got to go. I get it.
met, or were you,
No
did you
spoilers
know
in the chat,
prior
though.
to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie and Chris Albert and Colin Albert.
Oh, he needs to get
And
into
how is
that.
it that you knew
I would
Julie
do
Albert,
this at the end,
Christopher
too.
Albert, and Colin?
So my sister coordinated her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels is her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie.
My sister's friends, cousins,
Years down the road,
girlfriends.
my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
Facts on
And
evidence.
as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously, you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day.
What?
About anything and everything as far as like mostly our children.
Somebody clip this and send it to my brother. 5 or 6 times a day? Sir, you're a homicide investigator. How do you have time? What? I mean, I think that would be lovely, but 5 or 6 times a day? Okay. That's a lot.
Does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
That's a lot.
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they? 2
and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text? Or
if it's texting,
everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
5 to 6 times a day?
As far as
that's like a lot.
Julie and Christopher Albert, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Oh, there is a
Sometime in, say,
report.
early to mid-February?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Bukhenik.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
I think we're almost done.
All right.
You are muted.
But I think this is probably his last section of inquiry. I do have to disclose to you, chat, I have a confession to make about things that happened over the weekend. So, chat, let me tell you what.
Okay.
Not only did I accidentally thumb dial my friend Warren Octo in the chat on a thumb dialed FaceTime as I was putting my phone down. I had just been on my phone though and was putting it down, but a friend butt dialed the group chat. We had a missed like FaceTime call, and unironically, because I know that that particular group chat of my high school friends is not watching this trial except for one. Hi, Candace, good to see you. But my friend put in the chat, sorry, butt dial. And I was like, did you just butt dial FaceTime me? So over the weekend, there were multiple butt dials in my world. Mine was a clear thumb dial as I was talking to my kid and putting my phone down and not paying attention. But my group chat also got butt dialed, which is exactly what she said. She said, sorry, butt dial. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. No, just the one time in a row though. And it was immediately recognized for what it was. I'm waiting to see how long the court tells the jury for lunch because she's been doing shorter lunches. I don't know if she's going to tell them. What I will probably do is just leave the stream up so you guys can hang out in the chat and then send you a message in the, a message. Oh, I know what they're talking about. I can speculate as to what they're talking about. Send you a message in the app when we're back from lunch because I'm going to take a little bit of a break as well. But I imagine they're talking about the cross-examination of Proctor and needing to do a voir dire of Proctor and wanting to do that voir dire of Proctor before the jury comes in. So instead of bringing the jury in and letting the jury out, trying to figure that out. But also it's only fair to do it after Lally is done with his direct. So we will see if the judge gives a timing of coming back from lunch. I will try to do a summary of the morning and then we will take a break. And then we will get there. Let's see. I don't think, Jasmine, that the prosecution will ask about all of that. Maybe they will, but given Lally's track record, I'm not 100% sure that they will. So I'm still on 1.25 and trying to catch up. So I'm just wondering if they're going to do a voir dire. Oh, and we have no resolution of that. Well, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. The court did not say when they were resuming for lunch and how long they were taking, but the court has been shortening it to a half-hour lunch. So the court should be back in about a half an hour, which means that we will be back in about a half an hour. So that is my plan. So I think I'm going to try to do a summary. And then, Miguelina, will you tell Chris, actually, given this timing, 12:15 is probably better. And I will probably take 15 minutes and then come back and answer questions until court resumes. So we can resume this afternoon right on time. Because I want to be live when we get to cross, don't you? Like that's really my goal. So closed captioning said 45 minutes. That's very fair, Emma Mac. Thank you. I didn't catch it. So they are back. Thank you, chat. You guys are the best research attorneys ever. So we are back at 1:45 local time. So I will be back at 12:45. I'm going to answer some questions. So by the time I'm done answering questions, it'll be about a half an hour break. And I will just leave up I'll leave the chat open instead of redirecting you guys. And I'll leave it up. And then for the replay crew, we will timestamp it. So let me do a summary. Let me do a summary, a couple of questions, and then I will come back at 1:45 Eastern time so we can start right on time because I don't want to miss cross. And then, yeah, so I'll give it about 15 minutes and then I'll take about a half an hour. You guys take about a half an hour. I bet we all need it. If I come back a little bit before court does, it'll give us some time to send the text crew out and let you know. We'll also leave the chat here. That worked really well the other day. Let me know what you guys think about just leaving the feed open. We've got a little like placeholder to leave on for you guys. Look at that. So we'll put that, not that one. So we'll put that up. We'll put on some of our vibey music from Miguelina. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll put on, well, actually, no, 12:30 is probably fine. We'll put on some of our vibey music from Streamyard, which I love, and we'll leave the chat open. I think we're going to get to cross quickly. I think they're going to need to do a voir dire with the lawyer. So I think there's stuff that needs to happen. So they were probably trying to figure out what that looked like. So let's try to do a quick summary, and then let's try to do a quick summary, and we'll just leave this one stream open. We'll just leave this one open. And then tomorrow, just for housekeeping, members, we are going to do a members only live stream tomorrow. We're going to do a behind the scenes recording of the podcast tomorrow. Mods and Miguelina, I will chat with you guys about whether I want to do like a 1 hour stream tomorrow on another topic, because I kind of do, but maybe I'll just do that tonight. We might do a non-Karen Reed stream tonight or tomorrow. I just have to see when we end today, because there is something I very much want to cover. So for those of you asking, what is a voir dire? Let's see. Voir dire is the process of asking questions outside the presence of the jury. If this trooper is going to plead the fifth about anything, they're going to need to start eliciting some of that with his attorney present. They did that with Brian Higgins, and they've done that with other witnesses in this trial. So we will all see that together. So let's get into some of your questions. What's the podcast episode about? That's not what I was going to ask. CW, we'll get there. We're not going to spoil it because I might add something. Let's give a quick summary of the morning, shall we? Yes, we shall. Let's do it. Where's my swoop-a-doop? Let's swoop. Let's do that real quick. Well, the morning of day 22 into week 7 of evidence of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed brought us finally the end of Trooper B's testimony. Most of the cross-examination was about that shit being flipped, and the defense admitted a video that they had flipped back, which was much easier for my brain to process when we rewatched all of the Sally Port video with the video being flipped back, so that the driver's side was very clearly the driver's side based on the way that the car was pointing. I found that incredibly helpful, but that was a defense exhibit brought in on a thumb drive. Then we got into the Dighton police sergeant, who was the highest ranking officer on duty on January 29th, who responded to Karen Reed's parents' home when Trooper B and Trooper Proctor went out to Karen Reed's parents to seize the car and to seize the cell phone and to talk to Karen Reed. The most important part of his testimony, and there was no cross-examination to this witness, was that the taillight had a crack and a small piece missing. That was his observation of Karen Reed's taillight before it was loaded up onto the flatbed and towed back to Canton PD to be kept in the warm Sally Port with the terrible video. And then the state called Trooper Proctor, who at the lunch break is still on direct examination, but I think at the end of direct examination, because they are now asking about his relationship with the Alberts, how he knows them, his relationship with his sister, and the rest of it. We went through the whole morning in a more truncated way than with Trooper B. And the testimony really was that they saw the taillight and the taillight was damaged and it was missing. They showed the ring footage from John O'Keefe's home again, saying, look, this is the damaged taillight, though as Karen Reed's car is pulling away, the entire taillight is not gone. There is still quite a lot of red there. So when you come on the heels of the Dighton police officer with there was a crack and a small piece missing, that seems more consistent with the ring footage than the entirety of the taillight being missing. They also brought the physical evidence, the taillight casing, and all of those large pieces of taillight into evidence. Talked about going back out to 34 Fairview. As the weather changed, more evidence would reveal itself. That was his words, also Trooper B's words about it. And then we just started getting into Trooper Proctor's relationship with the Alberts. We have not gotten to cross-examination yet. I imagine we will get to that today and probably not finish that today. We also saw additional Sally Port video that was incredibly dark and hard to see from February 1st when crime scene techs were processing Karen Reed's vehicle. They also talked about the fact that the camera is motion operated and it does jump in time. in the end of the cross-examination with Trooper B, it became clear that there was about 5 minutes of Sally Port video, but the time span was over 45 minutes in like IRL time, but the video only captured about 5 minutes of footage. We also heard at the end of Trooper B's testimony that, there was something else with the video that I've remembered and then I forgot as I jumped back in time in my brain. But the in real time 45 minutes versus what we saw on both the camera that was super dark and the camera that was inverted. On the camera that was super dark, there was about 40 minutes of time that wasn't shown. And we never see on the camera that is super dark, Karen Reed's vehicle being brought into the Sally Port. That super dark footage is the footage that would show the back of the SUV that we saw on February 1st. And there is a gap in time. But if it's, motion activated, why wouldn't the motion of bringing the SUV in trigger that motion activated camera? We got into it again with Trooper Proctor that there is no video from the ring footage of Karen coming back to John O'Keefe's home after being at 34 Fairview and dropping him off. And the officer or Trooper Proctor, it seemed really wanted to say that they believe that that had been deleted, but the court very swiftly sustained the defense objections. The defense objected several times, and those objections were very, very swiftly sustained. So that is the end of the morning. Hopefully that gives us the highlights. I'm going to answer a few questions, and then we are going to take a break for about a half hour for lunch. And for those of you that are popping out to watch Dub, I hope it is still going. And the text notification will let you know when I am back and when court is back. Court's been pretty prompt after lunch, but if you would like the Lawnard app, it is free, iOS and Android. It is a phone app, so iOS and Android only. We do not have a web app version for computers and tablets yet, but we are working on it. So your support is helpful, and Lawnard feedback is always appreciated. For those of you that are members in the app, we were talking about what's going to be on the podcast this week. So don't worry. I'll tell the rest of you that soon, but go ahead and get the app. I'll notify you when court is back, when we are back, and when cross-examination starts. So you don't have to worry if you have things to do this afternoon. Let's see. Apple Jam. Oh, we need to get to questions. I need to do our questions bumper. Hold on. I forgot. Apple Jam PB, which makes me just think like peanut butter jelly time, said, I once cracked my headlight on another car while pulling into a parking spot. My headlight had a small hole in it. The car I bumped into had no damage. The only time I've really cracked anything was when I was fairly young. I mean, on my car, I've cracked too many things on my poor body. But the orthopedic injury list is not needed today. But I backed up and didn't know that the car had a tail hitch. It was pulling out of a parking spot, or like a tow hitch. And so I ended up cracking like a low light on that, but it didn't like explode all over the place. And Trooper Proctor seemed to be getting to the testimony that, or seemed to be indicating in the testimony that the shoveling of the snow could have moved the taillight around, which is the only reasonable explanation we have so far for how these pieces of taillight are all over the place. The defense is going to bring in more theories, right? The defense has more theories on how the taillight got all over the yard, but it seems the prosecution theory is going to be, that the snow blowing and the shoveling and stuff made it all over the place. But how did the snow blowing miss some of those very large pieces of plastic? We're going to have to see. Those of you already talking about Proctor's cross-examination, going to be a doozy. I think they're going to have to. I think they're going to have to consult with his lawyer and a voir dire first. You don't want to miss that. Aaron Johnson, thank you so much for the super chat. Ariana said you can see the car pulling in. I have not seen that on that darker other side of the camera footage, so I'll need to go back and look. Kim said, you've taught me so much. Thank you. By the way, Proctor, I know, right? And you're welcome. I hope that we all, A, stay engaged in the trials, B, call out what we see as we see it, and C, try to keep an open mind. What has been really fascinating for me to watch in this chat is a lot of you came in with no information about this case. And as this case is unfolded, the consistent feedback has been, I have questions, I have questions, I have questions, I have questions, I have questions. I have questions. And waiting for answers in various levels of frustration and trying to keep an open mind. You are struggling with the things that the jury is struggling with. The jury has to be struggling at this point to see the point. When are we going to find out how the victim died? It is day 22. We are 57 witnesses in. When are we going to find out? Just when. It's so frustrating, and it makes it very hard to keep an open mind and not just be like, there's the fuckery abounds and I can't. And I've seen a lot of you struggling with that. And that's a fair struggle to be like, I want to stay objective, but geez, what has happened? What the fuck? I know. I appreciate that you're trying. And I also appreciate those of you that are like, I don't know if I can try anymore. And I appreciate that too, because you guys notice it. And it's y'all are incredible. You're learning how frustrating it can be to be on a juror in this case when you're trying to stay away from any other evidence. And at least we all get to be here and yell what together. The jury can't talk about this with each other or go home and talk about it. They have to sit there, they have to listen, they can take notes, and that is it. Imagine. Because I process things through talking them out. I'm sure you're shocked by that. Sitting for 7-8+ weeks and listening and not being able to have a conversation about it would make me bananas. 3-4 days, fine. But for this long, I would lose my mind. Bruh, I would lose my mind. I would lose my mind. Tamara said, I'm not sure it's a coordinated cover-up, but I wonder if the officers were sure of their theory and wanted to arrange the evidence to make sure of a conviction. I don't know if there's a difference there. I think it's reasonable at this point that the jury could come to, I don't know if this is a coordinated whatever, because you've got independent witnesses who wouldn't be coordinated in anything. But it's very reasonable the jury comes back with, I don't know how this investigation did anything. And so if I'm not sure of the investigation, how can you be sure of somebody's guilt? That right now seems to be the overriding theme. I don't know if this investigation can be overcome. The defense's theory is much bigger than that, but the defense doesn't have to prove anything. And the jury doesn't have to say, yes, we believe everyone is on it. The jury can absolutely be like, I can't say anything beyond a reasonable doubt because there's so many glaring questions in this investigation. And that's fair. That might be how the jury determines this. We don't know yet. But why have we not gotten to the coroner? I don't know. Judy, you got this. I would get in trouble because my face is expressive. And sitting in court making expressions. Well, as a juror, I guess you're allowed to. But this is also why I don't do in-court reporting. Emily, why don't you do in-court reporting? Because I couldn't sit there and not be like this. Really? I don't do that well at movies. I couldn't do that. We were just at a conference and I was sitting with Chris and Warren during a panel, and I was clawing my nails into my fists because I couldn't talk. And I was just like, I can't believe this. I was like hitting Chris on the leg. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe he's saying that. She's like, you're going to explode. I'm like, I can't. I couldn't sit in court all day and not do this. I love being here. I love being here with y'all. My face would give me away. So I can't do in court reporting because my face would give me away. And I get to. EDB caught in 4K pulling up WD. I know I was. I pulled it up on the side. I know you heard it. I heard it too. I couldn't mute it fast enough, but it's on the side. But as I'm processing things with y'all, I can't see it very well. So I'll go back. But yes, I've got it. I've definitely got it pulled up. If Proctor can't testify to deleted Ring videos, can they call Ring? They can. They would have to call somebody technically from Ring if they want to get into those are deleted, and they better be able to prove it. It better show on the Ring data that those are deleted and how. So Elijah said, Emily, did I just get my Remarkable 2 finally after spending centuries going back and forth? Yes. Are you to blame? Definitely. Is it amazing? Yes. Am I mad? Nope. Now, what pens do you suggest? Elijah, I'm so glad you asked. So I've been using the Remarkable pen. And I have the pencil, what is this? The Paper-like Grip on it. Oh, the back of the hair needs another bobby pin. This is the problem with the haircut, is sometimes it doesn't reach the bun, but it is like a triangle grip and I really like it. I believe it's in my Amazon store. I will go put it there if it's not. I have not tried my other pens yet, but I'm really liking just adding this grip to it. It makes it much easier, especially with the long nails. I don't need them. I don't need them causing problems for me. Michaela, Hanny, there is no court tomorrow, but there will be EDB tomorrow for the members and either this afternoon or tomorrow for the non-members. I will let you know in the app. I just don't know. Wait, they can't make the damage, but a man can. The car, I need the accident reconstructionist. Like, I need the technical evidence, and not having it is causing me deep frustration. So I have been asked by lots of people in my life that I've met, that I talk to, like, girl, no, off the record, like off, all the way off the record. Girl, but really, what do you think? And my answer to all of them is the same answer I give you. There are things left that I need to see. Former DA Emily needs to know the injuries on a medical level, and I need to hear from the accident reconstructionist. So I don't know. Right now, I have too many questions, and I'm real cranky that on 22 days in, I have this many questions, because never would I have imagined we have this many questions this far in. Like, never. So it is quite a lot. Brandy Rose, I'm sorry, what? So let me get this straight. Trooper B heard from Sergeant Good, who heard from Flamati, who was told by McLaughlin that Karen Reed said she hit John. Yes. How many levels of hearsay is that? 1 million. But this was early on in the investigation, and they're allowed to talk about that relaying of information to form their initial perceptions and their initial investigation. But then they should start tracking those people down and talk to them one-on-one before they, apply for search warrants and what have you. But in court, I heard from Good. Good had gathered that information from all over the place. We've already heard Good's testimony. And then that seemed to sway the direction of the testimony, or not of the testimony, of the investigation. But it's frustrating because all the other evidence seems to point to, could I have hit him, and not I hit him definitively. I think that statement, for me, some of you may disagree, I think that statement is still in controversy. I don't think it is super clear. So Kimmy K said, is it possible Ali will not call the coroner? I mean, unless they have a pathologist to testify to all of it, they have to call somebody to testify to what caused the victim's death. We had one doctor testify that the victim is in fact deceased, but without knowing how the victim died, I don't know how you get past a motion to dismiss. I guess we'll see what happens. But I think in a murder prosecution, it'd be real tough to go on one doctor's testimony about the time of the time of death, because the victim couldn't be resuscitated at the ER. I think that would be real difficult. With that, chat, I am going to take a quick break. You guys take a quick break. Last question, cat's pajamas. Can Proctor take the fifth on cross? Remember, pleading the fifth goes question by question, and there will be a voir dire before cross. And yes, it could happen. And if it does, there will be jury instructions about it. And it will be wild if it does. Thanks, Miguelina. So Miguelina's going to put Quick Bits live if you guys need to go catch up on all of what happened last week in trial. That will be done before I'm back. That's over on the Quick Bits channel. It'll be pinned somewhere, and we will put it in the chat. With all of that, chat, I'm going to take about I'll be back at 12:45 Central, 1:45 Eastern. I will be back promptly because I want to be here live as we get into this cross-examination, don't you? So let's put on our beloved StreamYard music. I love being a StreamYard partner. It is what I have streamed with on YouTube since I started streaming court stuff on YouTube. And I probably wouldn't have started streaming the way I do if StreamYard didn't make it so easy, because the first thing I said was, I don't want to mess around with some of these other problems, and I'm not a coder, so I don't want to deal with it. So StreamYard made it real easy. All right, we're going to put on our vibes. Chat, I will be back. I appreciate all of you. Live court will return in about 30 minutes. Get some food, go to the bathroom, get some sustenance, and I will see you soon. Chat, behave. Have fun. And if you talk about WWDC while I'm gone, I'm not going to object. All right. That's not my background. I promised I wouldn't leave you with OnlyFan. Emily. Hello, Law Nerds. Court's still not back yet, but I figured I'd come in and answer some questions while the fan is still fanning. Because I told you I'd be back about 5 minutes ago, and I'm surprised the court is still not back. So they're probably dealing with something. Aren't they always? Aren't they always dealing with something? So let's swoop as we get into the afternoon. I'm just going to go through our super chats and chats and answer questions until court comes back. I'm just riveted. I'm here. Like, we're not going anywhere. So we're just gonna chit chat, but we might get to cross today, and I can't sit still. I should have brought more food in. Oh well, I've got snacks. I have a backup snack bag, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be fine. I'm just riveted. So I have not been watching WDC. I actually did a quick phone interview with people regarding Alec Baldwin. So that's what took me a minute. And of course, as I say that, the court is starting to come back. So I will be answering questions as we go. Miguelina, let's go ahead and message the app because court is coming back. So let's let everybody know. So I've got multiple fans on today. It's hot where I'm at. So I don't know if it's hot for all of you as well, but I bet it's hot for these jurors. And it's just going to keep happening. Susan asked, what happened on Lally's motion? I don't know. They're going to bring the defense witnesses and do voir dire, and then the court's going to rule. So nothing, but the court's kind of stuck. I don't think the court's going to exclude the defense witnesses. They're going to give an opportunity for full voir dire, and the state's going to have to deal with it because the state can't get a continuance. We're in the middle of trial, and the defense can appeal, but the state really can't. There's not a lot of remedy for the state, so the voir dire is going to happen, and that's going to be the state's only resolution. That's going to be their only real option. Let's turn this volume up. Let's get back into court and see what happens. Are you ready? I'm ready. Am I still on 1.25? We're caught up to real time, so we've given ourselves 30 seconds. SJ said, darn it, missed the first half of the day. That's okay. We're still on the direct examination of Proctor. Not super different than Trooper B's direct.
Bring the witness in, please.
So cross is what's going to be spicy here. Everything's timestamped, so if you want to go back and watch my summary of the morning, you can, but it'll be on Quick Bits later for those of you that aren't. I have a Quick Bits channel where I do the summaries get cut down every day, and then I do a Quick Bits podcast. So that's there every day for you. Oh, wait, I accidentally jumped to live. Emily, that was a user error. God, some days the ADHD is stronger than others, but this witness was just taking the stand, so we're probably, 45 seconds to 2 minutes back. There we go. Let's see. The court's going to be giving instructions to the jury. So now that the witness is in, let's do that. Emily, I got too excited. That's what happened. I was just like, ah! So, I don't think Lally will drag this out this afternoon. I really think we're going to get to, Lally's running out of time, but I think we're going to get to his connection to the Alberts.
Before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay?
That's regarding the deleted or any mention of potential deleted Ring video.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So,
let me make sure. Oh, I didn't gain the audio back up. Fail. Hold on.
I believe before we broke, we were talking a bit about
the Alberts.
Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes, we were.
And how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances.
Loose acquaintances?
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
that was leading.
With reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I had mentioned, they had never been to my house. It was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
That was odd.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much
include a
interaction
wedding?
would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships or lack thereof that you had,
Lally, the appearance of impropriety is strong, even if there isn't impropriety. I'm not saying there is or there isn't. This trooper shouldn't have been investigating this case. Lally, that's all. Sorry, that was me. Lally saying the relationship or lack thereof.
with Christopher
Come on
Julie
now.
Albert,
Come on now.
what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors as far as superior officers within your unit in regard to this?
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Bukhenik, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Bukhenik or Lieutenant Fanning or Lieutenant Tully?
That they were his sister's friends? Oh, okay.
Basically, that the Alberts are my sister's friends. That I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts,
Weren't people over at your house? Wasn't Jen McCabe over at your house though?
as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Those relationships, he said, had zero impact on that relationship. And I don't think, for those of you asking about Colin being the ring bearer, I think it was at the sister's wedding, not the trooper's wedding, but the trooper was there. Clearly, the trooper and his sister are close. He's showing the defense what he's going to approach about. Also, I don't think he can say that it had no impact. I think the potential for impact is why he shouldn't have been at the lead. But he also tried to say, you know what? The lead investigator is I just take documents. We all work on this together. The concern is that his decision-making process is...
And what do you recognize it
potentially...
it's a text message thread
between
labeled Proctor Friends.
Oh.
Now,
Lally's going there. Oh, I'm very much hoping that this is what the defense was referring to in opening and that Lally's hitting it head on, because Lally has met nothing head on in this trial, really. And if he's getting into Trooper Proctor's texts with his buddies, that will be a change of the way Lally has done his questioning. I am very curious. Oh, boy. Well, y'all are here live.
This
is why we didn't want to be behind.
Your investigation over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Lally bringing it up first is not what I had on my bingo card today.
From that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are
Unidentified number. You're in a group text with unidentified numbers,
under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
and those are.
Generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you
Tell
known
us
them?
everything.
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
I bet all of them.
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with
I mean,
reference
that's not that far from
to
Massachusetts,
this,
but all
there's an
right.
indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sure. Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Help direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is Chip, name of the...
I think he was asking for the dates, but coming in hot with the I need to brandish a gun more often.
That BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I want to hear the messages. He was asking about the date and time.
Last message.
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details.
Yeah, he wants to know the date and time, but here we are.
Sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
You see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent, date and time, and a last message sent, date and time, correct?
Yes.
That's what he was
What is
getting.
the first message sent, date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8:31, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that
That's a
conversation
long
details
span
an
of
indication
time.
as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
It's a lot of
It's
messages.
fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, that's a long span
The
of time.
first
That's a lot of
message
messages.
that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as
About what?
kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
There is more open carrying happening.
And the next
than
message,
in
sir, from that
Massachusetts,
same
that's
page,
for sure.
2527.
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And
I am surprised they're
this
getting
time
into
period
this.
when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, Where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There is another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
He's just going to have you read them all.
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
Yeah.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
His age.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
He is
One of my
discussing
friends
the
sent.
case with his buddies.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And
I mean, fair enough.
as far as the book, what did you understand that to be?
Christ, Lally.
Sure.
He's going to read every single one of these. I wonder why they're approaching. I'm going to see if I can zoom because I paused briefly. We know what the book is referring to. It's, Facebook. Yeah, the discussing the investigation early on with friends, particularly people who are not part of the department. Other people in his unit, I can see discussing the case with because they are in his unit. But outside of that, with an ongoing investigation, what are you doing? Well, I imagine it's going to get worse if what is said in opening is accurate. Oh, they're excusing the jury. I guess we're going to voir dire things outside the presence of the jury? Huh. That would be my guess is we're about to voir dire stuff. And yes, lots of gossiping amongst him and his friends. Though I bet he's the kind of dude who would be like, we weren't gossiping, we were discussing information. You were gossiping. You're absolutely gossiping.
So do you have that copy for me?
I do.
All right, the jury's out now. Let's see what's going to happen. Oh, and the judge is sleeping. What the fuck? They went to sidebar. The judge got a copy of all the text messages and then left the bench. So whatever the judge is going to review, things are going to get spicy. I hate being in real time because now we have to wait, but I love being in real time because, well, now we get to wait. I'm going to answer some questions in super chats while we wait for the court to come back. Court is on break. I'm honestly very, very surprised that Lally is getting headlong into these text messages, but also Lally kind of had to get headlong into these text messages, didn't he? Though. Okay, let's just get into questions. Stacy said, do you see cross happening soon now? I mean, well, these are things that would have been sorted out before cross anyway. So, I don't know. I'm very surprised that Lally is getting into these text messages. He has to, but I'm very surprised he's getting into these messages before we go to, or before they get to cross. He has to. But I want to know what's going to happen. Look, man, I am so curious as to what's going to happen. I just want to know what's going to happen. I want to know what's going to happen. And I'm actually pleasantly surprised from Lally. I thought we were going to get into the relationship with the Alberts and he was going to be done. But now we're getting into the text messages. It's going to be real interesting. Going to be real interesting. Could some of these be omitted? I mean, there's going to be a lot of hearsay. Certain things should definitely be redacted. The phone numbers of the other parties. What else? Some of this will be hearsay, though. So we'll see. And I don't know if any of these are going to be, I mean, some of them are clearly statements against interest, but I don't know if some of these will be statements that aren't against interest, which might be hearsay that's not allowed. So it's going to be real interesting to see, but we're going to wait and see. It's going to be also, I wonder if some of those dates are selected outside of everything. I don't know. So we'll have to see what the Commonwealth's exhibit is. I hope they put it on the record. Everything happening at Sidebar is deeply frustrating. Like deeply frustrating. Lally really just didn't want to have them start cross today, maybe. Defense gave copies of the text, so I wonder if they match or if they don't. But yes, the defense might have an alternate exhibit that either is more full or less. Let's see. Why wasn't this sorted before coming back? I don't know. I don't know. And Molly, in this trial, in other trials, I would put that criticism on the attorneys. In this trial, I'm putting that criticism on the judge. The judge seems to come out on the bench after the jury's already out and does not give the attorneys much time to put things on the record. It seems that the judge tries to constrain what goes on the record, not at Sidebar. That's the vibe of how I've read it, is the court wants as much done at Sidebar and not in open court on the record. And the jury is sitting there while the judge comes out, so the attorneys don't really have a time to bring it up. That's on the judge, who's already mad at how long this is taking and has told Lally to speed it up a couple of times. If the judge finds witnesses cumulative, the judge can cut off the prosecution. But that needed to be done a couple weeks ago with asking everybody if they went to the girls' basketball game. You can't really do it now. And that's tough because you can't really do it now. But we're going to get to your questions. So let's just do that. All right. We're waiting. Erin Evans says she leaves out the Commonwealth didn't fully fulfill discovery obligations till late AF, and in Massachusetts, defense isn't required to do reciprocal discovery until the Commonwealth does. The court did not say that on the record today and did say that she had ordered some disclosure by last week that hadn't been done. But I also think when it comes to the accident reconstructionists, I don't doubt the defense saying, Your Honor told us we can't prepare those witnesses. And so how can they disclose anything other than the reports that both the prosecution and the defense would have from the federal investigation? And the court's like, you expect me to believe the defense is just going to put up witnesses based on their reports? I actually do believe the defense would do that. Both Yannetti and Jackson were prosecutors. It's not like they've never had to do that before. I wouldn't be shocked depending on how thorough those reports are. If those reports are incredibly thorough from the federal accident reconstructionist, and if Yannetti and Jackson have testimony, if those witnesses testified at the federal grand jury, then yeah, I absolutely can believe that they would put those witnesses up based on the reports and the transcripts. They're prosecutors. They've had to do that. You don't always have witness interviews of every witness. You sometimes have summaries from law enforcement, and then you have to get what you get. So actually, that doesn't surprise me at all. Let's see. Albert said, watch the video when the tow truck driver slips. One door is daylight, the other door is dead of night. Also look at the snow basically in the Snally port. I've seen the snow and it looks, again, to me, it looks like headlights from the truck or lights outside the front of the Sally port are coming in. So I don't put much more into that than that because nobody's brought it up. And trust me, if it were an issue, the defense would have brought it up. Amber says, tell me you didn't read the whole motion without telling me you didn't read it, Judge. This morning is already a sideshow. This morning was a sideshow, but it's a timestamp sideshow for all of you that haven't gotten to watch it yet. Emmy Lennon said why she stifles him and lets Lally go on, trying to rush but doesn't rush the state. There's times she rushes the state. It wasn't this morning. She makes me nuts. Karen is facing murder trial, but I think the judge feels, this is how I read her behavior, that Yannetti is showboating for the public and not making the argument to her. I'm basing that off of her statement. I'm the one you need to convince, Mr. Yannetti. There's no jury here. This is not the hyperbole I need. She was frustrated. So I also saw, let's see. Paula Kincaid, I'm trying to grab your comment real quick and pull it up, but the chat jumps. So I'm just going to read it. Paula said, EDB, as a former prosecutor, does any of this judge's behavior strike you as odd? Oh, she's real snappy. Like, she's real snappy. I have not watched this judge outside of trial. I don't know this judge, but she's real snappy. Liz Ross said, EDB, I do appreciate your effort to remain open-minded and impartial. I am trying. It is getting harder and harder the more time this trial takes. But given what happened this morning with the judge, could that be grounds for appeal? No, because I don't think the judge is going to leave out the defense's witnesses. She cut off a bit of their oral argument, but I don't think at the end of the day she's going to grant the state's motion. I will be really surprised if she does grant the state's motion. If she grants the state's motion, it might create issues, especially with regard to the federal witnesses. If the court ruled that the defense can't prep them and then is like, but you didn't turn over anything. He's like, the state has the same thing we do, or the Commonwealth has the same thing we do. We're going to have to see. But she said, get them here for voir dire. And I think that's going to be her ruling. We'll voir dire them. And then I think she's going to let them in. She kind of doesn't have much of a choice when it comes to the defense experts. So, she definitely is put off. I have seen judges act that put off before with one or both parties. So she is snappy. Can you tell us the time you've dealt with a snappy judge? I have told some of those stories in our members. I'm going to try to get through our super chats. And if we have time for Emily's story time, I will. There are definitely some judges that I did not get on super well with. One vintage witch, there were a few. But it happens to all of us. One vintage witch said, if they were so worried about time and how much time the jury had spent in court, why aren't they doing full days all week? They haven't been. I don't know if the days were to accommodate jurors, if the days were to accommodate the judge, if the days were to accommodate other things. I don't know. So I don't have enough info to answer. Don't know. Ask, can the judge's attitude cause an appeal? No. It will probably be mentioned if there is an appeal. If there is a conviction, there will likely be an appeal. It just depends on if and what there is a conviction of. And then we'll see. Tinsley, good to see you, friend. We're so cute in that photo. I'm extremely annoyed with this judge. It's fair. She let the prosecution waste weeks. When your name is on the line, I would respond the same way. Yeah, and the defense attorney said, I need to be allowed to make a record because my client's on trial for murder. So the judge was frustrated at the level of hyperbole and getting into the video being flipped. It wasn't necessary for this motion. He wanted to address it. I'm surprised at one point she didn't say save it for the press conference, Mr. Yannetti. I'm really surprised she didn't. Would it have been too snappy? Yes. But has this judge been snappy? Yes. Why can the judge cut off the defense during a motion? They were cutting off the answer because he wasn't answering her questions. I don't like it, but he was. The judge being upset about the voir dire is rich when she rushed both sides of trial. Agreed. And it seems like has caused some of these problems herself, especially when it gets to the judge requesting the defense not talk to the reconstruction experts that weren't hired by the defense, but came from the federal investigation. So the prosecution and the defense have the same amount of information. There's nothing more the defense can turn over because they don't have anything more. Yannetti and AJ asked to push the court date out because they weren't ready. This mess is her fault. The state asked too. It's very rare that you get both sides agreeing to continue a case and a judge being like, nope, what we're going to do is plow full speed ahead. And then she gets real frustrated with the time that it takes. Well, Your Honor, you created some of these problems yourself. So, So I agree that the defense has, I mean, based on their representations, has followed her orders. We will see. Question, did Bev say they couldn't do prep, or did the feds? The defense said that Bev said it, and she did not say that wasn't my order, Mr. Yannetti. She did not say that at all. So how is she going to be mad that the defense needs experts? I don't think she's mad that the defense needs experts. I think she's mad that the prosecution is saying that the defense hasn't turned over what they're obligated to. And the defense is saying, how can we turn over anything when you told us we can't talk to them? Like, we have the same thing they do. Kiki said she's taking it out on the defense, but it's the Commonwealth that has dragged this out the last 8 weeks. Kiki said, in my humble opinion, what's going on? Spice Monday. The Commonwealth has been very slow. The court has suggested that the Commonwealth speed it up. There's limited that the court can do to the Commonwealth to make them speed it up. It's the Commonwealth bears the burden, right? The Commonwealth bears the burden of reasonable doubt. They have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's hard for the judge to say you can't call any more witnesses unless it's obviously cumulative. Some of the testimony was cumulative in the introductory questions. Lally did not speed it along and get to the heart of testimony at all. And we went through weeks of that. So no, the judge can't cut the defense off in their case. In argument outside the jury, she kind of can. So it's hard because the Commonwealth gets to present their case the way they want to. I understand and appreciate the judge being concerned. Here, let me just make myself bigger. I understand and appreciate the judge being concerned about the jury and time. However, does she not seem more concerned about the jurors and not Karen Reed's right to a fair trial? Is this not a possible appeal if Karen Reed is found guilty? I don't think zooming the defense through their argument when at moments they were arguing things that weren't part of the motion is going to be the problem. If she doesn't allow those witnesses in, that will be a huge problem, but we are not even close to there yet. And given that there's going to be voir dire on them, I think those witnesses will all come in. I think she's going to be mad about it, but I think it's going to come in. Whoopie-doo, I love your nine tails, said to make sure I understand correctly, she told them they can't talk to them about their opinions, then is upset that the defense didn't have their opinions listed. It seems that as to the federal reconstructionist, that was the issue. And Yannetti, I think, did a really good job of saying, Your Honor, like literally what? Like, what would you like us to do? We have the same information. NIN Gal 1994, or 9 Inch Nails Gal 1994 said, I'm speechless on the judge's attitude at defense following her orders. How can she blame them for her own actions? My eye is twitching so badly right now. That was difficult. And I wish Yannetti had addressed that first. It looks like we're going to start getting audio from court, hopefully. Tracy said, well, then we should not have spent 6 weeks talking about the snow and renumbering exhibits. Judge wants to be done so she can watch the Baldwin case. I mean, I want to be done before I go to VidCon, but that's not going to happen. The Commonwealth gets 7 weeks and the defense gets 3 seconds. I don't think she will speed the defense up.
You
when
are
they bring
the
their
witness back,
witnesses.
please.
The witness is coming back, but not the jury. So I think we're going to have some voir dire. Started this trial 2 weeks late. You didn't miss much. Also,
Yes, sir.
I do have a QuickBits channel, EDB QuickBits. We post it in the app. So if you need to speed up through days you missed, they're all summarized in QuickBits. I think we're getting to voir dire outside the presence of the jury. But we'll see, because they didn't stand for the jury to come in. The real Sarah asked, is there a time limit for each side? No, there's not. They told the jury 8 weeks.
Proceed, John.
Yes.
But the jury could
Trooper,
be
if I could direct you back to
don't know.
page 2529 within that packet.
I didn't see them stand for the jury to come in. I didn't hear them say jury in or jury out, but I cannot be 100% sure. So I hope something will illuminate that for us.
For you. And below that text,
Bev could have
stating what's
continued
that,
it.
I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
Yeah, it is awful for
Sir,
the
if I
kids.
could
And the
direct your
investigation is a
attention,
nightmare.
Again, within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
Oh.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
Oh.
And
That's
what, if anything, were you saying?
That's exactly what the defense said in opening. And this questioning sounds as if the jury is back, but I'm not sure. So we'll see.
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
I'm going to back that up one more time. That's
And-
exactly what the defense said it was in opening. Exactly.
Correct.
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
Nope.
And what, if anything, were you saying?
What
or
do you mean by
what was
that?
the purpose of that text in regard to the
What do you mean by that?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
That
Now, if I-
seriously. Surely the homeowner will receive some shit. Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too. So, okay. If they're interpreting it that the friend is saying that the cops will be pissed, that's different.
I could turn your attention to 2533.
And it's like, nope, nobody's going to get any shit because they're all cops.
And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained as to form.
They're having
What, if any,
a
response did you
full-ass
provide?
conversation about
Nope.
this investigation.
The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Oh, he was zooming anyway. Jackson already sounds fucking pissed. But the question from the friend was he beat up? And his answer was nope. She sustained it, and he's just put it all in there.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
We're just going to read through all of
From
these.
the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? Question mark. I'm going to back this up because what?
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Kean paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
Yeah, the jury has to be
And
here.
those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
How do you know that? Like, but how do you know that?
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I didn't want to speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's speaking.
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
I
Sir,
think
if
the
you
jury.
could please again start.
I think the jury has to be in based on the way Jackson is being like, this has to be clarified, because if it was just a voir dire, he wouldn't be. So the jury has to be back, even though we didn't see it based on the way that those objections are coming in. Even though we didn't see it happen.
Top of the page and just indicate.
No,
as you go.
just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response. Is that correct?
Oh, yes. Lally also said explain to the jury. That's correct. Yes. I was looking
Correct.
at Alan's behavior.
And what is that response?
Lolly's sometimes.
They arrived at the house
self-reveres.
together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy with the reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The judge looked exhausted with Lally.
Mm-hmm.
These texts are going to be half a day across.
Okay. It's a HTML link, whiteout /Proctor iCloud /group chat Feb 2022.
What?
So you point out.
What? What?
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
The judge was like,
Michelle.
sir, respectfully, what the fuck? Your Honor, it's not your job.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure.
What?
So, sir, what I'm asking you.
The judge sounds totally put off with Lally's questioning, but the answer is not Lally, just read it in.
About at the bottom of page 2535, 2535, you indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
What?
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537.
You know these texts exist, Lally. How are you in this trial right now? Oh my God. When direct as this brutal, cross is going to be a freaking
Now, do you see a
mess.
response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Can you tell us what it is? Is the compelling evidence in the room with us? Can you help? Because,
And you have 2 responses from friends, the same friends at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes,
he
Your Honor.
doesn't want to keep his voice up.
Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. And the second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read.
I couldn't hear what he said about internal feels. I want to hear what he said about Boston PD.
We had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have 2 responses from friends, the same friends at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. And the second response, same number. She hot at least.
I couldn't hear what he said about internal affairs, but one of the friends responded, she hot at least. That's what one of the friends responded in the group text about the defendant.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
Oh, fuck. Well, monetization, it's been fun. But I bet he didn't spell it out, and Jackson's going to make him read the "See you next Tuesday." Say it, sir. Say it. If you're going to call her a whack job cunt, you're going to have to say it on the stand. So sit there and fucking say it. That's why Jackson's objecting, because there is no way that this investigator spelled out "See you next Tuesday." Sir, you're... Oh, shit. Lally, do you want to explain to someone why you went to trial on this? Because we'd love to know how you decided this was going to go well. And Jackson's going to make him say it, so say it.
Yes, sir.
Yep, so these came from me.
Say it.
From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Words,
yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do.
Those, we'll get to the rest of the fuckery in a second. We'll get to the rest of the fuckery. But he didn't do anything wrong. Do you think for a fucking second he's talking about Albert, or do you think he's talking about John O'Keefe? Because in that chain of text messages, it sounds like he's talking about John O'Keefe. He didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. It sounds like he's talking about the fight between the two of them. You're the lead investigator in a murder of a police officer, and you're talking about the defendant calling her a cunt, talking about her ass and her accent. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Do you still have a job? I'd really like to know if you still have a job, because I'm guessing that you don't. Okay, chat, yes. Chat, yes. Yes, chat. Your motion for DEFCON what the fuck is granted. I'm sure we're going to need deeper levels of what the fuck. I don't know if we're ever going to get to them. YouTube, I apologize. I know that the see you next Tuesday word is the word you hate the most, but it's court. So it's court. You know, it is what it is. For those of you that are new here, our DEFCON WTF is what the fuckery. Because honestly, what the fuck? It's flashy, so if any of you are sensitive to that, it'll end when the music ends. We're going to DEFCON Red in 3, 2, 1. There's no way. Also, I don't believe you that you're talking about the homeowner. I would need the whole context of the text to change my mind. I think he's talking about the victim and then talking about the defendant. So yeah, Chad, I agree. I hate it here. But can you imagine what would happen if they didn't get these text messages? So.
Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Yeah, they are. The rest are unprofessional comments. They're a bit more than regrettable.
Referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert.
I don't believe that.
I had mentioned the
I don't believe that.
compelling evidence against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Unprofessional and regrettable is an understatement.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication. Is that correct?
A photo
Yes, sir.
of what?
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possibly.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
Oh, a
And these
photo
are
of
all
the
from
defendant.
February 1st of 2022,
In the group
around that
text.
time frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
What? So these are from February 1st
Now,
with
sir,
a
if I
photo
could
of the
direct you
defendant?
to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nut bag, as Chief would say. I also respond with she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
What?
And what, if anything, is that in reference to, sir?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made.
Sir, why are you thinking this? Saying it out loud is the second question, but what?
That I'm not proud of.
Yeah, do you still have a? Okay.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity.
Oh, you don't get to decide that. You don't get to decide that. You know who gets to decide that? The jury. The jury gets to decide it. You sitting up there reading all your shitbag comments is for the jury to judge on how it might impact the evidence. Are you fucking kidding me?
Not have made, that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Oh, the jury gets to decide that.
Your Honor, may I approach this retrieve?
Yes.
We're missing some texts, are we?
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, we've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And
What
among
else?
those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room
Don't you
where
have a
those
work
interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I had reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
Don't you have a work phone? Don't you have a work phone?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Don't you have a work phone? I wonder how they got Proctor's personal phone. Chat, don't tell me. I'm sure somebody knows. I'll find out after the trial.
Recognize that?
But there would have been a door that opened.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
What?
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667.
There were some texts he indicated on his personal phone arranging information or interviews and stuff back and forth with other members of Canton, which might have opened up his personal phone to all of this because he was doing work on it. So again, after we get to the end of this trial and after we get to the end of Baldwin. We will go back and take a look at the motions that allowed them into his personal phone, but I wonder if it was the work organization on the personal phone that opened up the personal phone for those conversations for his whole phone to be downloaded. That would be my suspicion at this
January
point.
29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney.
What else are you talking about with
Correct.
your sister?
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And they knows you. Who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time,
We might not get
on
to
the
cross
afternoon of
today.
January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall.
I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. How is that your answer after you just read all those last texts? What is more specific than not only all the derogatory things said about the defendant, but she waffled him, she hit him with her car. She's going to be facing serious charges, talking about some things you don't think you can prove for sure. How is that not specific details about a case at your work? How do you even answer that with a straight face after what we've just all been through in your text messages?
Innocent conversation.
It got worse. I should have let him finish.
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
It was an innocent
Turning your attention to
conversation.
the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who is talking and what the content is.
I wouldn't share anything specific on cases. Their defense is writing this down for cross-examination.
My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone." She said, "Of course not."
So they'd already determined it was a homicide by after 3 p.m. on January 29th. Don't say anything to anyone. Well, if you're not talking about details of a case, why would you tell your sister not to tell anybody?
I respond, in the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never
If only
miss
you
with
knew how
that.
true that was.
3:07, I respond, "Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them."
It's a lot of detail. He's telling his sister who the witnesses are without ever having talked to them.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672.
He said it's at least suspicious. Who, if anyone, did you
These are
not
messages
text?
from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, "What's up?"
At this point, I'm really just wondering if Lally told all of his bosses this case shouldn't go to trial. And they were all like, no, go to trial. And Lally's like, fine, here it is. I can't. What is happening?
She responded, "Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift." And I respond, "Get Elizabeth one." Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, "Because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this." And then she writes, "Elizabeth, question mark?" I respond with, "She's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded with, "Yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop."
Side tangent. I'm so curious as to the relationship between the sisters-in-law here, because as he's talking about his wife Elizabeth, his sister's like, she knew what she was getting into.
And sir, as far as the
least,
gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
So how would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed?
Because they're all talking about it.
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, "We write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case." My sister responded, "No, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works." I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. "I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though." My sister responds, "Yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting?" She responded with, "Ha, ha, ha." And then I responded, "Yep." And then my sister responded with, "Okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home."
Your sister and your mom don't want to go home to where?
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wolf Kiara in the chat asked any idea of how horrified the jury might be. I can't imagine they're thrilled with this. And this is direct. I mean, we knew it was going to be bad. But
Another document, sir, do you recognize that?
It's really bad.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again,
somebody else is going to roll up to your wife and be like, just get in the car, Elizabeth. Like not even in a spicy way, just get in the car, Elizabeth.
What is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
Less time.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that
those
correct?
numbers are different.
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
This is after.
What are you?
This is after the indictment of Karen Reed on the elevated charges, including the second-degree murder. So the waiting to lock this whack job up is the day that the defendant was booked on the elevated charges.
You referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is that?
He thinks the defendant's crazy. That's obvious.
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
Well, we know what you think of the defendant and clearly have thought of the defendant since the second you took this case.
Yes.
That's what you think.
So, Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you pull the mic closer to you? Because they want to hear your texts. I don't know how the victim's family is still sitting through this absolute appalling behavior from this lead investigator.
Okay.
They're approaching. It's absolutely appalling behavior. I don't know what action his department has taken. I don't know what the status of his job is. I don't know what's going on with the federal investigation. After this case, we will look into all of it. I don't know. Some might come out on cross, but we'll see.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that within these same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
Well, if you're texting work.
And Your Honor may approach.
Yes.
It's just like if you're, if officers take crime scene photos with their personal phone becomes discoverable. They're all very aware of that. If you do work on your personal phone might end up being the subject of a murder trial. That means all the shit that you say on your personal phone might become subject in a murder trial or any other kind of trial.
Sir.
It's like Courthouse Becky texting what the fuck ever or messaging what the fuck ever from her work email. That's all subject to requests. He knows that. He just doesn't seem to care or think it would ever happen to him. But Also, I really like Attorney Little's pointer finger ring. Okay, Emily, stop getting distracted. Zoom away from this mess. Stop disassociating. I don't know how this DA thought that this was going to be okay. I'm zooming while they're reviewing things, including more text messages, it seems, and discussing what's coming in and what's not coming in. I think the defense is surprised that he's bringing it in too.
Showing you another document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame in the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
The jurors are here.
This is, 16, 18 hours later, and we conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Bukhenik and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, It was clear
already
that
decided.
Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who are the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we go off together, hang outside of work, our kids play together. So I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain.
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
They should.
Now, just in
That's
general
not very
terms,
many.
if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair
What
to say?
kind of jokes?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632.
When you do business on your personal phone, it's coming in.
And these are text messages starting on April 28, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
10:52?
April 28, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuriy and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her.
They disagree with the ME. Let me back this up. They disagree with the ME, and they didn't go into a meeting with the ME. It sounds like if we had the ME, we'd have a little bit more context. Chad, I know some of you might know what the ME says. We don't know. It's not in trial yet, but listen to him talking about disagreeing with the ME and laying the whole case out for her and them coming to different conclusions. Though I will say a homicide determination from a medical examiner, depending on jurisdiction, is just generally at the hands of another. But if this ME couldn't rule out a fall or accidental, it might end up unknown. But that's a very interesting statement.
I'm sorry, what was the time again?
I was so horrified by the other text messages. This is actually T on the case versus this human.
Sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read
just
the
wanted to hear it
content to
again.
the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuriy and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you 2 did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
The ME is the medical examiner. M.E.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Bukhenik and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common.
Sure.
You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose. Always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired.
If to the best
Trooper
of
Chico
anyone's
and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Mallory.
Now, as far as
original determination leaves me to believe that there might have been something else, but I guess we'll get to that another day.
attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do?
Yep.
Within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
Yep.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe?
I mean, you're the IO.
Trooper Connor Keefe.
Why wasn't it you?
And so as far as Trooper Chico's reference to you not going in, or Sergeant Bukhenik not going in, is that what you believe Trooper Chico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper Chico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper Chico.
Now, may I approach to retrieve?
Saying rookie
Yes.
move. The rookie move's not the most concerning thing that you've texted or had texted to you. So I don't know. When he says the original determination was, I don't know if there was a subsequent determination or not. I don't know. We will find out when and if the ME testifies.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Showing you another document, asking, do you recognize that?
More texts about this case.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Text messages between myself and Trooper Chico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job.
Wait, are you talking about the ME or are you talking about Karen Reed? I can't keep who you're name calling clear. Are you talking which woman are you discussing at this point, sir? Because I can't tell. But he said, of course it's undetermined, which is going to go to the medical examiner's cause of death. Okay.
Trooper Chico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
I don't necessarily think that you are, though.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content of the
I
context
imagine
of
we're
this
going to get an
conversation?
objection.
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
The DA's it seems that Lally and I are maybe in this one sliver of time on the same page where he thinks that this witness is also referring to the ME as a whack job and not Karen Reed for the moment. That's how I read it. But I also thought he was talking about the victim earlier. And he's like, no, I was clearly talking about Brian Albert. The fuck you were. We might need a palate cleanser stream after the end of today. Ugh. We're getting another set of texts. I'm going to zoom past those real quick as the defense is going over what the prosecution is going to show this witness. I'm still zooming through the defense, looking at the text messages that are about to be shown the witness. I had a question come in that I'm going to answer real quick while Lolly's looking at something, since we have a...
Can you approach briefly on this packet?
No, we're going to approach. Fantastic. There was a really good question that came in about determinations of homicide. For those, some of you know, some of you don't, and that's okay. The determination of a homicide by the coroner is generally defined as death at the hands of another. Even if it's like an accidental, that's a little different depending on jurisdiction. We heard some of that testimony in the Rust case, because in Rust, they determined an accident, where in a lot of jurisdictions, accident means somebody slipped down their stairs, or sometimes car crashes are an accident, not a homicide. But homicide generally means at the hands of another. It's not a determination that the elements of murder have been met, that it was a willful and volitional killing. It could be an accidental death at the hands of another, but it depends on jurisdiction. But this ME determined or put it as undetermined as the manner of death, not cause of death. And generally what you will get in those is homicide, suicide, natural causes, accidental or undetermined. And the ME was like, this is undetermined. Cannot decide the manner of death. The cause of death is going to be some type of injury and probably some type of hypothermia or contributed to by hypothermia. But that's a different determination than the DA's making that determination. So hopefully that helps clear up the ME's determination, because medical examiners will determine a cause and a manner of death, and that is different. So River Song asked, what is the difference? Oh, spoilers. No, I'm teasing. What is the difference between homicide and murder? It depends on the jurisdiction. They are generally the same, but homicide is used specifically for coroners. So it denotes death at the hands of another. It does not denote that, murder is the case that they gave me. Some jurisdictions call the criminal offense murder. Some of them call it homicide. That varies wildly by jurisdiction. So it just depends. But murder is not a determination that's going to be made by a ME. An ME uses homicide differently than a charge of homicide or murder. And then there are different degrees of murder, et cetera, et cetera. So hopefully that helped. I'm going to try to move forward in this. They are going to be at sidebar. Oh, there we go. For a minute. EDB is a Whovian, and there's a TARDIS rolling around back here somewhere.
Yes.
And there is a sign back there
Documents
that says hello, sweetie.
View those, look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico,
How
and
many of
Trooper
these are there?
Kokowski.
And Trooper
As a group
Kaskowski is
text.
another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kakowski, and Trooper DeChico,
494.
It's a lot of
say the
texts.
documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
What?
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to
No,
page
seriously, what?
2644.
No,
I
but
could
what?
direct you to the bottom of the page, sir. You see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
That's the day that Karen Reed was indicted on the elevated charges.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And Your Honor, may I approach just to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at 8/7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kakowski responds, that's her, smoke. Trooper Kakowski again, what'd she say? I respond,
been in booking.
said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
So there is body worn camera of the statement that was played of Karen Reed saying, and this is in Quick Bits this week, you know, Brian and Colin Albert beat him up. That is a paraphrase. We're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight's cracked and John's just pulverized. So that is what he's referring to.
Yes.
And DeChico, we have not heard from yet. I don't think.
Sir,
We've
with
heard
reference
the
to that
audio
last
of
bit,
that.
as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
He looks like he's trying to look contrite. I don't know if that's working for anybody. More text messages. How do you
set of documents to recognize those?
How do you know you're going to trial and you're going to do that? How do you do this as a how as a DA? Do you not sit down with this trooper and look at him and say, a man is dead and no one is going to be prosecuted because of you? So do you want me to bring the family in here and explain that you are the reason this case can't be prosecuted? Or do you want to have that conversation with the family, you, me, your supervisor, my supervisor, and everybody. I don't know how you get past putting this in front of a jury. How do you make that choice? That this is, how does a jury see through this or past this? Even if the jury's like, she might have, how do you get past all of this?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
More fucking text
Another
messages.
text thread with members from my office, troopers.
Who? Name them.
And who are the troopers?
Name them. Name them. Name them.
That are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and
Jesus.
Sergeant Yuriy Bukhenik.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at
everybody's
8:19 p.m. Last
Everybody's
message sent,
text.
date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to have to probably watch this back to
Now-
process it. My mind is just... All the other troopers would like to thank you for all of your text messages becoming public.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to
What, if any, rage does
page 2682.
internal affairs have for all of you?
You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes,
I
it
don't
is.
think, I thought we were going to
And
get
what
to
is the
cross.
image of?
I don't think we're going
That
to.
is a picture of Mr. Yannetti. Appears to be from quite some time ago.
Are you
I'm turning your attention.
Are you trying to shade Yannetti now? So now you're sharing in the group chat her defense attorney. Okay, buddy.
Attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44
Yeah,
p.m.
I'd love
Is
to
that
know
correct?
what all you're saying about Yannetti. I'd love to hear it. I bet Yannetti would love to hear it too.
Sorry, so go with the date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now,
Sir, the fuck. So the comment about the nudes is being made in a group text with other troopers. Oh yeah, Yannetti already knows this. And absolutely, Yannetti is not mad at all. Like, Yannetti's not mad at all about this. Yannetti's like, go, bring it all in. Say whatever you want to say about me. Sir. The fuck?
with reference to the investigation at this point,
I
talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, going through her
And
phone.
with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Ms. Reed's phone?
Hannah in the
So after
chat.
obtaining a search
Hannah in the chat said it's worse than the defense made it out to be, which I didn't think was fucking possible, because when the defense said it in opening statement, I was like, what? But it's worse. They also represented it to being his high school buddies. It's not. It's a bunch of other troopers. Okay.
warrant from Ms. Reed's
Keep
phone.
reading.
We weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the
That's not
update
what
they
you
gave.
said. That's not what you said. That's not what you said in going through the phone. That's not what you said. You didn't say, hey, you won't believe what the location data said. That's not the fuck what you said.
The troopers in the office, it was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some text between an attorney and Ms. Reed. So I had to
Why are you going through it? Why isn't the cell phone expert going through it?
stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino.
Also, what confuses me, if he's going through, and I promise I'm going to let him finish. What confuses me is that the phone was seized on January 29th. So I just wonder if the phone was still connected to iCloud, if the phone was still updating, and that's how he had the attorney-client or potentially had the attorney-client conversations from the dump, but it shouldn't have been on a physical extraction unless she was talking to Yannetti in the afternoon of January 29th.
What you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where he tries every possible combination
to crack it,
passcodes, in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access?
If he had the passcode, they wouldn't have been cracking it.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Ms. Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
But you said.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information.
Does Ollie sound uncomfortable to any of you?
That caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone, is that correct?
He already testified to that.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team.
The taint team we can joke about. Like, joke about the taint team. Like, that's fine. Team Taint, go ahead. But they did come across texts from January 29th between her and Yannetti.
To remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to have been completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, agree. I agree. Just,
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
the taint team can always be funny. But Lolly has to hate his job right now. But also Lolly gets to choose, or should get to choose, if he's prosecuting this case.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
Oh my God. We're done. We're done with the direct. Do you think Jackson just picks right back up with cross? We're done with direct. That was too loud, Emily. That was better. I can't believe it. All right. Let's get to cross, folks, shall we? Are we ready? Are we ready to get to cross? Miguelina, will you let the app know we're getting to cross? We're gonna leave the lights. We're gonna leave the lights because, oh boy, we're getting to cross. I don't know how long we're gonna get for cross. Maybe 30 minutes. But they're going to sidebar. I'm gonna zoom so we can get to cross. I really didn't think we'd make it here today. Oh, I didn't think these texts would be. I mean, we knew they were gonna be bad, but there's a lot more bad than I expected. It's just so it's beyond unprofessional. I just don't know how we're here with this case. And I feel for the victim's family, because the victim just deserved a good investigation and didn't get one. This is just a mess. I can't even talk. So, Sunny Sherry in the chat said, EDB, you mentioned a federal investigation. Yes, there is an ongoing federal investigation. There's been a federal grand jury. What is it about? I don't know. It's not entirely clear. It's connected to this case and the investigation of this case. I hope to know more after this trial finishes, but the fact that this trial is ongoing with a federal investigation ongoing is absolutely bananas. I don't know how this got worse than I thought it was going to be, but it is. So they're going to, this officer is going to just...
You are unmuted.
All right, so just before you start then, so we'll finish at 4. We're trying to figure out the schedule this time. I'm going to meet with the lawyers and witnesses. We're trying to work all that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another day this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday, but it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days, and we'll be able to keep moving. All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Mr. Jackson, go right ahead. And Mr. Jackson's like, I have never in my life had a witness with this much shit. So, Jackson is ready.
Trooper Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th.
No, damn it, AJ. I swear I'm going to let you go. But I really needed Cross to start with. I just have 2 questions. First, how dare you? I was really hoping for that. But that is the pop culture in me. It's not appropriate in front of a jury. But I was hoping.
Specifically, you were sitting at your desk.
All right, I'm going to just back up. Summer of 2022, August
17th, specifically.
I can't believe we're crossed.
You were sitting at your desk.
And that we're have to wait till Wednesday for the rest of
office at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Well, going through the data dump.
Yes, sir.
Wait, you were digging through the physical phone? You weren't going through the data dump? You were going through the physical phone? Sir, shouldn't you be reviewing an extraction so that, or at least a mirror copy of the phone so that you don't disturb anything on the phone? Like, this is not how you do this. Oh dear.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Bukhenik, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kutzkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
Not
All right, all the
Kowalski.
consonants are silent. Fair enough.
But this is not the way that you do it. They had a warrant for her phone. They cracked the phone. But generally, once you crack the phone, you would extract the phone into a mirrored copy of the phone and go through that so that you don't mess with anything on the phone. So there's no settings change. So there's no anything mess with. You don't sit there on the phone and just start scrolling through it till you're fucking happy, heart's content. Because there's room for things to get altered. What? Through the physical
Trooper Fanning
fucking
and Trooper
phone.
Bukhenik are your supervisors.
And you're not the tech guy that you gave the phone to.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He was.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
You weren't?
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you
So chat, for those of you asking why would they need to crack it if they had a warrant? Because she did not give them her passcode. So they would need to get through the passcode. So she doesn't have to give them the passcode.
informed them that you were going through her phone?
I use regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
He's going to make
You
you
were
say
shown
that
a
more.
photograph
So fucking offensive.
of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same document I need. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
I think it's better that Yanetti's not doing the cross. What do you guys think? Would you rather see Yanetti do the cross? It's not going to get better. Nothing in there is going to get better for you, sir. Nothing. But you going through the physical phone without...
You'd received a photograph.
Going through a mirrored drive is... the text messages are shocking. The way this investigation's being carried out is shocking. Just...
Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yanetti, correct?
Mr. Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
Mr. Lally
Is that a
cannot
true
be
and accurate
Yanetti.
reflection of the...
Lally cannot be Yanetti. Jello can never be creme brulee. Like, what are we doing, Jackson? And that is a movie reference. I'm not making any comments about who is. Some people like Jello.
Text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuriy Bukhenik.
Alan is struggling with the names.
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you outside down there. Have that, please.
Why are we at sidebar again? I can't. Also, the digital collection on this is who goes through the physical phone? What are you doing? You never go through the physical phone. There are so many things that have made my brain hurt. If I was Karen, I would be staring at this dude on the stand and smirking. And I wouldn't even hold it against her. I don't think the jury would hold it against her either. I think the jury would just be like, yup, that's fair.
To the witness. And then I would...
5, 6, 7.
Okay. And then I would ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
So they're marking another packet of text messages. Let's pull them up on the screen. Let's just do that. It's going to be worse. I mean, sometimes seeing it in black and white is just, you know, more horrific. You know the jury's going to go through these texts. I would, wouldn't you? If you're the jury, don't you want to read every page of these things because they're just jumping around? Though Jackson might read every page of every packet that the state put in. Just put them up on the screen and read through every single one of them. It's a rookie move, by the way, Proctor. Just scrolling through somebody's phone without it being imaged. Just.
Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
And he took a chance to dig at Yannetti, saying it seemed like it was a photo from some time ago.
Because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the.
Can you just hold it up for us to see, Alan?
Television. May I display this hard copy briefly?
Sure. Is it a meme?
That gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Wait. I want to see it. Hold on. We're just doing this, chat.
I do, sir.
Is that the?
Damn it. Why is that so hard to see? But it looks like a meme. But I can't tell. Criminal defense attorney. It might be a snapshot from him being on TV.
The photograph that you.
It says the big story, David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney. That's what it says.
Received.
Yes.
All right.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from of Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
It seemed like it was from some time ago. I remember.
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
That too. I mean,
actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Jackson, how many times are you going to say this in court?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
A lot.
I was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
You got an explanation. Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person.
He can't answer that question honestly, Jackson. You know he can't answer that as an unbiased, objective investigator. You know he can't.
That you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Yeah,
Again,
he was.
Poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that,
Shut
Mr.
the
Jackson.
fuck up, Lally. I am tired. But also, a lot of us are very neurodivergent. So we have had names leveraged at us. So if I am more offended or less offended, I'm probably more offended. But he's going to say it over and over. Everything that Proctor has said, he's going to say over and over again. And then there's going to be a break. And then we're going to start all over with this on Wednesday.
My client.
So the beginning of the offensive things. I mean,
then
the
you
beginning
decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, I disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
He's very emotional about his job.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
I think he was pissed off it was Yannetti.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate him, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now? He's sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I'll let it stand.
I still don't care for him now. Well, that's honest.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
We know the answer.
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff
That's
ended
not what
up
you said.
in your comments to your bosses.
That's not what you said.
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did not know.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
I know.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Hey, Lally, if you wanted to object, maybe your trooper shouldn't have been texting it. So, you know, he's going to keep saying it.
No nudes so far.
No
news so far, correct?
Not
Correct.
news. Not
Well, you
news.
said that to your bosses.
News.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m.
I don't think he was.
Correct?
No, not
I don't
correct.
think he said that.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But do you come
But you
across
said you were
them?
looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
No, he
Like I
didn't.
had said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
So this is a citizen.
To be fair, he did not say he was looking for nudes. He said no nudes so far. It would not be uncommon for that to come up in a cell phone search. Ask defense attorneys how often they see their clients' nudes that they don't want to see. However, Jackson has all of the points, but if he keeps asking, weren't you searching for nudes? Then he's going to keep fighting with this witness. He should back it up and say, well, then why did you say no nudes? Were you expecting to come across nudes? Were you hoping to come across nudes? Not searching for them. This is the problem, is he's going to try to parse it with Jackson. But it's not uncommon that it happens in cell phone dumps. But this is the disconnect, and Jackson has to kind of shift the way he's going to particularly go after this question.
She's a woman.
Yep.
You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues and Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing
The jury
on
gets to
facts
decide
and
that.
integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it
That's
shows
correct.
bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
That's a fair
Objection.
question.
I'll allow that.
That's a fair
Isn't that
question.
right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues
Right.
in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again.
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Ms. Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures.
Maybe that's why he's so mad at Yannetti. I would just put that out there. Is that why you hate Yannetti? Because that text message stopped you from going through the rest of the phone. Is that why you hate him? Is it?
Sustained.
To be
Jackson's
clear,
got
when
him
you sent
back
those
up
text
a little
messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Right.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so.
I'll ask it a different way.
Okay.
Did
anyone in the text chain
Trooper
say that's
Fanning
inappropriate?
or Trooper Bukhenik dress you down in a responsive text message
Right.
in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
Right.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuriy Bukhenik,
Supervisor,
actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That was a big sigh or a big inhale.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
Jackson.
All this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuriy Bukhenik liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone.
I mean, was it a thumbs up, a heart?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or... Yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Bukhenik liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
They liked it. I think
Trooper Proctor, this is
that
your
speaks for
direct chain of
itself.
command. Is that right? Yuriy Bukhenik?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Direct chain.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No, you're
say anything about
The judge. There's an objection, and the judge is like, did the warrant say look for nudes? Jesus. There are times this judge just, I can't even. The rephrasing is wild. Did it? Did it say look for nudes? Your Honor? Oh, okay.
I had a warrant signed by a district clerk,
Yeah, the judge is
Stoughton
over
District
this
Clerk,
witness.
to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No, you're
say anything about that?
no, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There are so many things to go after him on. I'm
Trooper
sure
Proctor,
he had the
you'd
ability
agree
to
that
go
the
through
hallmark
photos.
of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in the Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes.
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
Correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Hating the person that you're investigating is not going to help you come to a neutral,
basically,
clear-minded
you follow the evidence.
conclusion.
You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
No. He made fun of your client's mental state, medical condition, thought she was crazy and called her a cunt. So, and that all started, well, you know, like 6 hours into this investigation. So that's a lot.
Top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
And then?
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Everybody's heard that phrase. Why are you objecting, Lally? You know exactly what he's talking about.
It's especially important early in an investigation, before all of the facts are known, that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect
there's not enough
and then
hot
try to
sauce in
find
the world,
evidence
friend, for this
to support
fuckery.
your choice, right?
Correct.
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. So, folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same.
Your Honor! Are you fucking... This is where we're stopping? This is where we're stopping? Stop it! Oh, gosh. Cross is going to be all day on Wednesday. Law Nerds, we're gonna go ahead in a minute and answer your questions. I'm going to probably do another stream today. But download the Law Nerd app so you don't miss it. LawNerdApp.com. We're going to talk more about that in just a second. We're going to hear what the court has to say. Court is off tomorrow. I am not for our members, but we're just at the beginning of this investigation, and the impression that the jury is left with is not only all of these fucking appalling text messages, but also that investigations should be neutral and everyone's a suspect until they're not. Right? And that doesn't seem to be what happened here.
3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
The jury's walking
into
out
this
shaking
case.
their heads, I
If
would
you
guess,
happen
just
to
like,
see,
what the
hear,
fuck?
read anything about the case, please disregard it.
To be fair, this judge does stop promptly on
Wednesday,
time.
Friday, right now, it's anticipated we'll have full days of testimony with short ones. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
The jury is leaving. I'm going to put us back to our normal colors. We're going to answer a few questions. Oh. Hey, Court TV, good to see you in the chat. These texts are wild. The closed captioning did an excellent job taking out the really horrific bits. So go closed captioning. Our very neurospicy chat is very much outraged. I feel you,
so
chat.
one last time at sidebar for scheduling.
Jen, no, just put it on the record. Just put the scheduling on the record so we can all hear it, please. Can you just keep us in the loop? Just it looks like they're probably going to do a half day with those voir dires on it can't be the 21st. They can't do a half day with voir dires on the 21st because the defense will already be into their case by then. So I don't know when they're going to do these voir dires. It would have to be at some point this week because the defense should be getting into their case early next week. So, we're going to do a pickle cleanse at the end of the day. We're going to do a separate stream at the end of the day. We have a case we need to catch up on. And I need a palate cleanse from today because the fuck. Look, man, these texts are happening in like 2022. I just don't know how the prosecution chose to keep going. I really don't. I just don't know how the prosecution's like, yeah, this is our lead investigator. We're going to put him on the stand, and these are the text messages, and we're just going to go through it. I'm glad they did. They met it head on. I just don't know how they made that choice. I don't think anything's going to get put on the record. I really don't. I'm optimistic, but I'm not too optimistic. Ronco, if you put it on all caps, I'm sorry, Nightbot gets real spicy about the caps. My dyslexia gets real spicy about the caps. So, nope, we're not getting anything. They're not going to put anything on the record. The judge is just going to walk right off the bench. And we know, well, nothing.
All right, thank you very much.
I'll go look at Court TV's recording to find out what our scheduling is, because that's what we're going to need to figure out. Oh, today, there's not enough goat screams in the world. For those of you that are new here, hi, I'm Emily D. Baker. I've been a lawyer, almost 20 years at this point. I sound exhausted because I am exhausted, but if you want to stay in the loop with who's on the stand and when, LawNerdApp.com is free, iOS, Android. It will let me keep you in the loop. Let's do a summary. I don't even know how to summarize this. Let's do a summary of the afternoon, and then I'm going to answer some questions, and then we are going to resume this case on Wednesday for day 23. I will be recording stuff with the members tomorrow. I am going to do another stream a little bit later this evening because there is a case I want to follow up on. Some of you know exactly what it is, but let's try to do a summary. Fucking hell. Today. Well, this afternoon, we surprisingly got into the cross-examination of Trooper Proctor, but that wasn't the most shocking part of this afternoon. It's that the prosecution went through quite a few of Trooper Proctor's, how did he call them, unfortunate text messages, unprofessional text messages. I have other words for those text messages because a lot of them were absolutely horrific. From the investigating officer, what you don't need is to be name-calling the defendant, including dropping the "see you next Tuesday" word, joking with your chain of command that there are no nudes yet, talking about the defendant's medical conditions, talking about the defendant being hot but having no ass and a weird accent, among other things. Immediately in the early part of the cross-examination, Alan Jackson made the point of saying, you weren't objectively investigating my client, you were objectifying my client. Trooper Proctor kept looking to the jury saying these are unprofessional and unfortunate text messages. It went beyond that. He called her a wackadoodle. There were other words that he used for crazy. He also tried to distance himself. At one point, the text messages seemed to indicate he was talking about the victim, John O'Keefe. He did nothing wrong, and she hit him with her car. I think he said she waffled him and then went on to describe that in his high school friends group texts. But he then said, no, when I was saying he did nothing wrong, I was talking about Brian Albert, which doesn't even make sense with when the time of the text messages were. And then as he was talking about somebody being wacko or what have you, I think whack job, the chat has reminded me, thank you, a whack job. The prosecution asked who he was referring to. It seemed to me he was referring to the medical examiner, but he kept saying he was referring to Karen Reed. He was texting with his supervisors in one group text that, the medical examiner, they laid the whole case out for her and she didn't come back with a homicide determination. And one of his supervisors said, rookie move. And they were talking about the determination or the undetermined determination for the manner of death that the medical examiner came up with. We've gotten so far past the testimony about the medical examiner at this point and very well into the name calling, the derision, and the kind of abject disdain that this investigator held for the defendant and her defense attorney, Yannetti, as the investigator Proctor was going through the defendant's phone, which is a whole nother level of what the fuck, because it didn't seem he was going through an imaged drive of the phone or that the phone was extracted or downloaded. It seemed he was going through her physical phone after it was cracked. Yes, pursuant to a search warrant, but not, you don't go through the physical phone, not imaged, not mirrored, not an extraction, but going through the defendant's physical fucking phone. He was talking about how much he hated Mr. Yannetti and that he had came across text messages between Karen Reed and Yannetti from January 29th and had to stop searching the phone and send it out to a taint attorney or to a taint board who is going to go through and make sure there's no attorney-client confidential information, pull that attorney-client information out, give that attorney-client information to the defense, give the police back anything but the conversations between Proctor and Yannetti and his client, Karen Reed. And it was just wild testimony. Just wild testimony that the DA was eliciting from the case agent, i.e. lead investigator in that case, who seems to hate the defendant from the earliest stages of this investigation. It's actually worse than it was made out to be in opening statements. I think the defense has tried to say, you were telling people you were searching for nudes, and he's parsing, no, I told them no nudes yet. But is it going to matter with the stacks of other text messages where he's talking to his wife about the case, he's talking to his sister about the case, he's talking to his sister about witnesses in the case, he's got group texts with his high school friends talking about the case, including saying, well, the homeowner is going to catch some heat about the case. And he says, nope. Homeowner's a Boston PD cop too. He's talking to everyone about this investigation. And we're going to hear all of those text messages when we resume cross-examination on Wednesday. And I hope that Jackson puts them up on the board and just starts going through them. But again, I am left struggling, and you have asked me, chat, and I appreciate you. I am struggling to find how the prosecution made the decision to go to trial on this case, knowing that this was what was coming with their lead investigator. I don't know how you make that decision. And now we know why they left it for so long. You know who we still haven't seen yet, though? The medical examiner. So let's get to your questions, because I know you've got them. I've got them too. I can't wait. This case is going to be like Murdaugh, y'all. We're going to get to the end of this case, whatever the end is, and we're not done. Like, we're just not going to be done, because I have so many questions about what's going on in this federal investigation, and that is something I will be looking into more when we are done with this case to verdict, because I am very curious what's going on with the federal investigation. Both parties, prosecution and defense, asked for this case to be put over, and it wasn't. So I don't know how we're in this trial. I don't know how we're 7 weeks into this trial. I don't know how we don't have the ME testifying yet. I am so confused about this. Every day I hope that I will understand more, and every day I don't. Music to my soul. Why not deconflict for attorney-client communications before the search? I imagine, and this is just speculation, that they didn't know that she would have been talking to an attorney about the case the same day that it happened, because that's incredibly unusual that a person would just have an attorney that they're reaching out to the day something happens. Not so in like the Murdaugh case, that was kind of expected, but in a case like this, it was unusual that she's already texting a criminal defense attorney. Tina said, is it true he used the C word? Oh, he definitely called her a see you next Tuesday, but used the full word. And the defense did a good job objecting, because he was reading the text and then spelled C-U-N-T, and then the defense objected, and the court's like, don't spell it. Did you say it or did you spell it? You said it, then you need to say it. And the court made him say, like, oh, these are your words. You read them. And he did. So thank you guys for the gifted membership. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Wonderlustful. I appreciate it. Catherine said my mom had MS and passed at 71 from complications just a few months back. I'm so sorry for the loss of your mom, Catherine. That is it is a difficult thing. I can't even imagine how I would feel if quote unquote professionals were making similar disparaging comments about the quote unquote boys club attitude in the state law enforcement. The disparaging remarks about her illnesses, and it's not come into trial, but we have heard she also has Crohn's. So for them mocking her MS and her Crohn's, it's absolutely disgusting. And they're mocking her while they're also objectifying her. I don't know how you get past that if you're a juror. I don't know. And no matter what John O'Keefe's family feels about Karen Read, I don't know how they look at this going, this is appalling behavior by law enforcement. Just appalling. So it's just awful. Proctor's messages almost make me forget about Higgins and Karen Read's text. And this isn't even the fuckery we were anticipating. RK, yeah, this message came in before we got to the fuckery that we were anticipating, because we heard about it in opening. It's just... I'm just stunned. It's... Sarita Banana said, Lollipopster, there are so many other ways to ask your questions. True. The constant what if anything's forced me to Google this phenomenon. From a law book, I learned that it is some lazy ass questioning, and now I can do your job. It is lazy. When it comes to Proctor, I'm going to forgive Lally all the bad questioning. I don't know how Lally knows that this is coming and can focus on the case. I don't know how this office made this decision. This seems like a case where you apologize profusely to the victim's family and tell them that the reason this case can't go to trial is because of the investigators. And then you explain to them why. I just don't understand. I just don't understand how we're here. I really don't. Even if the prosecution is like, but we feel like she did it. Okay, but how do you prove it? You even have texts from this investigator saying things like, but we can't prove that, in his text message. I am so... Stephen said he spilled all the tea, pinky out. I mean, the self-snitching in this case, to steal a turn of phrase from defense attorney Bruce Rivers, who I can't wait to see all the recaps on this. Runkle's recap, Lawyer You Know, all bring the recaps. I can't wait to see every defense attorney across this platform. Natalie Lawyer Chick, I cannot wait. Bruce Rivers, all of them. I want to see all of them. I don't know when I'm going to have a chance to do that, but I want to see all of them. All of them. Please tell us you are not the friend in Tennessee. I don't know who the fuck any of these people are, and I am definitely not the one texting this man. Brian Allman said, remind me again what this conversation is evidence of. Well, apparent bias against the defendant, for one. You need a DEF CON, this went to trial. That's where we're at. As my youngest would say, bruh. Ice Ice Baby, good to see you. Will YouTube automatically call your partner manager because of the C word? No, they won't, because we're not going to monetize it. And we've learned the C word is the hard stop on the cursey words that YouTube has tolerance for. There is no tolerance for the C word. We will just remember to not monetize it. That is the only issue. We will just remember to not do that, which is fine. We don't monetize all of the trial streams. It's just, whew, it's wild. Sav, thank you for the super chat saying for the cop calling someone a cunt in open court. Thank you. I mean, we're there now. It's interesting that Jackson hasn't even gotten there yet. That's going to happen on Wednesday, and I don't know how many times. Chat, put a guess. Put a guess in the chat. How many times Jackson is going to actually say cunt in court on Wednesday? What if any? The Australians and the Brits are like, y'all need to calm down. Like, stop getting it so twisted. But the platform and the Americans get a little bit more twisted about the see you next Tuesday phrase. How many times is Jackson gonna say it? He's gonna say it so much. He's just gonna lean in. Amy said, my mom said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. This investigator should have just never. Ronnie said, at this point, does the defense even need to call any witnesses? They're going to. I don't know if they need to, but they're going to, because it's wild. Katie said, motion for blue code bruh with Griffin's soundbite in it. We'll see for sure. So Steven says at a minimum, it shows bias and that you lack boundaries. That's going to the text messages. I think it shows that there was no objectivity here of this investigation. Mallory said, how did they get these texts? Did one of his friends in the message provide them, or were they found through the federal investigation? I don't know exactly how the texts were found. I'm sure we will find out later, but it does seem that there were texts with colleagues on the phone, which I think opened the phone up. I don't know if that came from defense motions. I don't know if that came in the federal investigation. I don't know, but we will see for sure. Jay Michael said, way to own the demonetization and say the word. We're saying the words on this witness apparently was texting all of the words. And I understand investigators having strong feelings about a case, but these strong feelings aren't about, I want to find out what happened to this victim. These strong feelings are specifically targeted at the defendant very, very early on in this investigation. And based on, it seems, this is my opinion, it seems that a lot of that was based on a conversation with Jen McCabe. A conversation with Jen McCabe, a conversation with Good, who had a conversation with Jen McCabe twice. The car and the victim's injuries that we don't know yet. That seems to be the sum of what he said is, it's fine. Kit Kat 78 said, I never thought I'd see a police officer who botched a case worse than Furman from the OJ case. Mm-hmm. This is that. That's where we're at. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Jen. I appreciate it. Question, could Proctor's fuckery cause other investigations he has made of any other female defendants be called into question? I imagine it would call things into question. I don't know if they would limit that by gender. Ronnie said, if she's a whack job, see you next Tuesday in Proctor's mind from the get-go, she was never not going to be the target. And this is the issue. Again, everyone should have been considered, including people in the house, but they're not. Court TV, you don't have to apologize to Nightbot. Nightbot's spicy because I'm spicy, but Nightbot, well, it's so it doesn't distract me, honestly, because sometimes being a neurodivergent streamer can be hard. Days like this are hard. Today is hard. Casey Cat said, if I was a juror, I would be in a full-on rage mode after listening to Proctor's text. I would love to have seen the looks shared between the jurors when they left. I'm sure we'll hear that from some of the in-court reporting. So, what an absolute evisceration of Proctor by Jackson. Yeah, and he only had like 15 minutes to get into it. Can you imagine what's going to happen next? So, Vero said, EDB, can you say hi to my twin Victoria, who is currently getting tests in A&E ER, and she is still watching you, Priorities Lawnard. Victoria, do not let it raise your blood pressure. And if your blood pressure is high, please tell them you are also watching a very stressful stream, because Proctor, did Proctor have a lawyer in court? I don't know, but I would imagine he would have had to have a lawyer in the building, but he didn't. I mean, he didn't back away from the text. He just kept saying they were unfortunate. I think they go beyond unfortunate because he is the investigator, the lead investigator on the case, talking about the subject of his investigation. So it's just appalling. Hicker said, thank you so much for your unbiased views and guidance through the fuckery. I don't know if I can guide through this fuckery. I don't know how the jury puts this aside, honestly, and tries to look at, okay, so you have the CERT team that found stuff at the house, but nothing else was investigated. And why was it not investigated? It seems that we have an answer of why it was not investigated. So again, I don't know how we get around that. I don't know how a jury gets around that. It's just appalling. Had Proctor even met Karen Reed before he called her a whack job? The timing of the texts seemed to be after they met at her parents' house. But Rebecca, I wonder, and this is me wondering or speculating, I just wonder if some of that impression came from conversations earlier in the day with Jeb McCabe or Carrie Roberts or both or Brian Albert or all of them. So I just wonder if the impressions were made of like, well, and this is why Proctor shouldn't have been investigating. Well, that's my sister's friend. So I mean, that's my sister. He texts his sister, a million times a day and is like, well, that's my sister's friend. So obviously, that's why he shouldn't have been the lead investigator. Natalia said, did the FBI get Proctor's test? I'm sure they did. And if they didn't, they will, if they haven't already. Kelly said, no mention in the text regarding investigating a fellow officer's death beyond unfortunate and unprofessional. Barely a mention of the victim. Some minimal mention of the victim. I don't know if too much about that would have come in, as it's not super relevant. But at the beginning, he did say, or somebody in the text chain, he had said that he had taken on the niece and nephew. Super sad. That was a beginning of it, but then it moved through. So it's. Again, I don't know how people get through it. But to this point, Allison said Proctor should have rehomed his phone. At least he didn't. At least there's that. I guess. Kat, thank you so much. Frankie's mom said disgusting behavior and all. He knew he was wrong sharing info even with his sister. And she said it's his livelihood. So she knew too. Yeah. It is his livelihood. I wonder how that's been impacted by all of this. I don't know how you can have him as a case agent on anything after all of this is out. I just don't know. Lorraine said, can you remind me of the juror makeup? I don't remember. I would have to go look it up because I don't remember. As if I recall, it was a bit more skewed female, but I don't know how many. But also, we won't know the final makeup of the jury until the alternates are dismissed. The fact that we're 22 days in and we haven't had a single juror leave is wild to me. We haven't had anybody get sick. This jury is like here. Like they're in it at this point. And so we've gotten into 7 weeks without even an alternate needing to go. It's kind of wild. So, Ginger said, have I missed if blood was found on the car or the taillights? You have not missed it. We have not heard that. We have heard things have been swabbed. We have not heard things have been tested. So we heard that the swabs from the solo cups were not tested. So, Taylor said, my wife got me hooked. Love your analysis. Well, Taylor, welcome. Your wife is clearly very clever and lovely. So we're always happy to hear you here, have you here as Law Nerds. Amy Jo said, Lolly fixing to polish a turd or roll it in glitter. I don't think there's much Lolly can do except keep moving forward at this point. Heather's budgeting said, I don't think the state actually expected this to go to trial. I think Karen Reed defense team threw a wrench to railroad her to conviction. Is the thought, Heather, I'm just trying to understand, is the thought that they thought that she would plea? Because I can't see any defense attorney knowing all of this saying to anyone to plea, but maybe they did think it was going to plea. Emily Outdoors said, I'm sorry, no need to apologize. But if I'm a juror, even if I think it's possible Karen Reed hit him, the bias alone makes me think there's no way a fair or thorough investigation took place. And that is going to be a huge issue here. Just a huge issue here. Dismantle said, am I the only one that remembers the CERT guy testifying last week that the team was only asked to go to 34 Fairview the one time and never again? No, CERT only went out once. Proctor went out the other times with other people, but CERT only went out once. And then Canton PD with the leaf blower was out once. So 17 jurors, no doubt in my mind, the majority of them know someone experiencing disabilities. Trooper Proctor really ruined himself. I mean, I think more than that. I don't know how any attorney puts him on the stand after all of this. So it's wild. Motion to begin Wednesday on Code Red from the start. I will make a note so I don't forget because we were at Code Red. Deb K said, could this be the time to call for a mistrial? I don't think there's a mistrial here. At this point, this is investigation issues, but this isn't a mistrial. And a mistrial just means that the state gets to do this all again. I don't think that helps anybody. So, nope. Crafty NH Girl said, a fallen officer passed and someone's daughter is under investigation. Is this the conduct that is basically expected among the fellas? Sickening. Well, the supervisors on the text chain didn't seem to say anything. So there's that. Chat, I am with you in that I need to do something else other than this case today. So I asked Miguelina and our mods, and they indulged me to do another stream, even though we've been streaming for 7 hours and 23 minutes. So I'm going to do like a 1 hour stream because there's a ruling in the TikTok psychic case and I really want to read it with y'all. And so what I think I'm going to do is set that stream for like 45 minutes from now because I don't want to step on Runkle's Monday night stream. I really, 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 really want to cover that and take a minute to look at something else because tomorrow is a full day of all the things. So I am going to do that this evening. I don't have time for that tomorrow, unfortunately. So it will be about an hour long of a stream. I'm going to set that. Miguelina, can we set that stream for, let's do it for 4:30. And that gives us a minute. And then I will be, and then it'll be about an hour. And then I won't step on Runkle's stream. And we will get to do the TikTok psychic chat. I really want to cover it. We all need a minute. Tomorrow we've got our members only live. Tomorrow I need to record the podcast. Tomorrow I've got some other stuff that I'll let you know about in the app because I've got some stuff with CBS at some point tomorrow. So with that, if you guys want to come back for the TikTok psychic, we're going to talk about it because it's going to be really fun. For those of you asking about directed verdicts in the case, we're not at the end of the state's case yet. And this officer fuckery allows the jury to make some determinations, but I don't know if it's going to be the cause for a directed verdict, but we're not there yet. So, law nerds, I will see you in like an hour. I'm going to get something to eat real quick. Runkle's in the chat so we can tell you what time he is on. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app. It is free, iOS and Android. So I will message you when we have our members only, when we are back in court. You guys, I will see you on time on Wednesday at 8:15 because we're going to be getting right into cross-examination of Proctor, and it's going to be a lot. So law nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. I'll see you in a little bit. We need to talk some TikTok psychic because I've been dying for that ruling. And, well, I was right. So for those of you who know how I'd been feeling about that case, we're going to do a quick hour stream on it. And then I will see you soon. Law nerds, you're the best. Bye. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media. And don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a law nerd.